And welcome to CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America continued. All eyes on Arizona and Nevada. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Erin Burnett, and we are waiting to hear any moment from now, live from Arizona election officials in Pima County and Maricopa County, the two most populous counties in a state that, along with Nevada, of course, could decide control of the Senate. Anderson.
Yeah, there are about 665,000 uncounted ballots in Arizona, a bit more than 400,000 in Maricopa County, and approximately 148,000 in Pima County. Take a look. The Senate race between incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly and Republican challenger Blake Masters is still too close to call, with Kelly leading. We're expecting more results as well tonight in Nevada, where incumbent Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto trails Republican challenger Adam Laxalt, but is closing the gap. Nevada and Arizona, look at the map. If Democrats win both, they hold the Senate, even with a loss in next month's Georgia runoff. We've got live reports from both states. Kyung La is in Arizona. Gary Tuckman is in Nevada. Let's go to Kyung first in Phoenix. We can see the podium behind you. The hope is we'll get a little more clarity on a new vote tally this evening. What's going on?
Well, we're waiting for the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors to come out and update us. We just heard from his handler that he's just minutes away from coming here to the podium to give us the very latest numbers. She did say that he's looking at some final numbers, so we expect that there will be just a bit more information when he comes to this podium in just a couple of minutes. What we can tell you is that the Elections Department says that we are getting a little more clarity about what exactly tonight's numbers will look like when this county releases what they have counted so far. It's going to be ballots from Saturday night, Sunday, and most of Monday. So these are early ballots that were received by mail before Election Day. So these are what are known as the late earlies. Again, these are ballots that were mail-in ballots filled out and then received here at the Elections Department before Election Day. So those same day, Tuesday ballots, people who voted in person on Tuesday, they are not going to be a part of tonight's release. We do know as well, Anderson, that there has been the count of the so-called Box 3 ballots. These are the 17,000 ballots that people who went to the vote centers on Election Day and the printers, the printer error that happened, there are about 17,000 of those ballots that were not tallied on Election Day. They are being tallied right now, but they are not going to be a part of tonight's vote release. So expecting much more information from that. The person we are anticipating to hear from, and I keep looking at the door to see if he's coming, is Supervisor Bill Gates. And earlier today, he did talk about exactly why this is taking some time. It is taking time because this is a slow process, but also because of the volume that were received. And it does look like I'm actually seeing the, instead of tossing to that sound, we're actually seeing him walk his way around the room. Chairman Bill Gates, he's walking around the room. We anticipate that he will have a bit more information, some new numbers from Maricopa County. And I'm just going to drop down here. And so this is a board that has been sharing information as they have it. And this is the, you see them standing back here, and as well as Maricopa County Recorder.
Good afternoon, everybody. Somehow we fit all of you in this room today. Thank you for your patience in being here in this room that was not designed to hold this many people, but we appreciate all the interest in Maricopa County elections this year. We know there's a lot of important races and things that everyone is watching across the nation, so we appreciate your time and your patience. Today I have the Chairman of the Board of Supervisors, that is Chairman Bill Gates, and most of you have met him at one point or another. Also Recorder Stephen Richer with us today to talk a little bit more about numbers and what we've seen, and the number of early ballots also dropped off on Election Day. We hit a record this year, as many of you and we've discussed with you over the last couple of days. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chairman Gates to say a few words and talk about some of the items we're seeing out there.
Great. Thanks, Fields. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Really thrilled to be joined by our partner, Stephen Richer, from the Recorder's Office, our county recorder. At the Board of Supervisors, which I chair, we have 5 of us on the board. Our responsibility within the elections process is for tabulation and for running election day operations. So I want to talk about how many votes have already been counted. We've already had over 1.1 million votes counted and recorded here in Maricopa County in the 2022 general election. We have about 400 to 410,000 more to be counted. Now, in the 8 o'clock hour tonight, we're going to be reporting more numbers. But let me be clear, that's 8 o'clock hour. Don't expect it at 8 o'clock, sometime between 8 and 9. That's when we will be seeing our latest reporting numbers. It will be more than the 62,000 last night, but not significantly more. So if you're interested in that, pay attention at the 8 o'clock hour. Why is it taking the amount of time that it's taking? A lot of people are talking about this. Well, first of all, it's very standard. This is how things work in Arizona and have for decades. And this is due in part because of mail-in voting, and Recorder Richard's going to talk about that more. But I told this group that we anticipated 95 to 99% of the ballots to be counted by Friday. That's tomorrow. But I'm here to tell you the goalposts have changed, all right? And the reason that the goalposts have changed is because wonderful news, the great participation we had on Election Day. And in particular, we had 290,000 mail-in ballots dropped off at our vote centers on Election Day. That broke the previous record by 70%. So we saw great involvement, and as Recorder Richard can talk about more, there's a process under Arizona law that we have to go through, signature verification, and that takes a while. When those ballots came in on Tuesday, that means that his team couldn't even start until Wednesday. So that's part of why we're seeing those goalposts change a little bit. But we've always told folks that we would be working through this 3-day weekend. Veterans Day is tomorrow. That's a holiday here, but we will be working Friday. We will be working Saturday, and we will be working Sunday to move through these ballots so that we can get through the 400,000 to 410,000 that we're still working on. There were 17,000. We have counted all the votes for people who actually showed up on Election Day and put a ballot into the tabulator. We have about 17,000 left from Election Day. These were the ones that were not read by the tabulator and were put into door 3. We're starting on that tabulation now on that 17,000. Again, that is part of the full 400 to 410,000 amount. Again, to those people who are demanding that we work that we move faster with the count, I want to be very clear about the work that's already being done by the permanent staff here at Maricopa County Elections. They are already working 14 to 18 hours a day. They are making a great commitment. They knew what they were getting into, but there's a plan that we've already put in place, and that involves them working that many hours in a day. We can't go any further than that. We are doing what we can and still maintaining accuracy. We've heard a lot of people talking about other states recently and the fact that they, allegedly count the ballots faster. And one, for whatever reason, that people love to talk about is Florida. So I just wanted to, Florida's a beautiful state, love Disney World, love going down there, but I just wanted to address a couple things on that to make sure we understand what's going on. We have different laws in the state of Arizona than in Florida. Florida does not allow for mail-in ballots to be dropped off at voting locations on Election Day. So they don't allow it at all. We do. We had 290,000 dropped off here. Also, Florida early voting closes the Sunday before Election Day. In Arizona, we allow for drop-off through and on Election Day. And also, Florida has a shorter period for voters to cure signatures. And it's also very important for us to realize that no county or state is done with counting right now. Well, people say, how could that be? Well, here's the issue. We have so many close races that everyone is still paying attention to Maricopa County. Those other states, like Florida, those races were blowouts. Nobody's paying attention anymore. Again, I don't say this to criticize any other states, but just for people to understand. This is how we do things in Maricopa County. We follow the law. These are the laws that were put in place by the state legislature. And finally, I do just want to say thank you so much as we approach Veterans Day to all those veterans across Maricopa County and our country for all they have done to protect this precious right that we're all enjoying. And with that, I'll turn it back to Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Monitoring this press conference from the election board chiefs of Maricopa County. But obviously, the key headline there from the update, Chairman Bill Gates, who you saw here in our program just last hour, he said their original goal had been to count 95 to 99% of the votes by Friday, but that goalpost has changed. He said because they had 290,000 ballots dropped off on Election Day. They have to open each one of those. They have to verify the signatures. And he says that's a number that's 70% higher than any other election day, and it is going to take longer because of that. So let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. So John, this is interesting, right? They're saying, look, it's gonna take longer. They're still expecting to release tonight, though. Chairman Gates said more than 62,000 votes from his county, Maricopa, which is the most populous in Arizona. So how does that fit into the big picture, both what we're going to get tonight and the fact that it is going to take longer to get all of the outstanding votes counted?
Right. You see this there, and I was just scribbling notes on the wall as he was counting 400 to 410,000 more votes, so that means more time. And that's frustrating, of course. It's frustrating to the candidates in these close races, frustrating to their staffs, frustrating if you're Chuck Schumer or Mitch McConnell, you're trying to figure out who's going to control the Senate. So it's frustrating to a lot of people, and it's frustrating to us to a degree because we want finality, but guess what? You need to trust the process. It took time in Arizona in 2020. They got it right in the end. But that was held up by the recounts. That was held up after lawsuits. So we just need to trust the process. But what does it mean? It means we wait on two and down ballot other critical races. But the two the country is waiting for, the Senate race. Mark Kelly now 99,638 votes ahead. That's why that number is so important. We'll get 60,000 tonight. We will see. The last time they released some newly counted votes, Senator Kelly's lead expanded, right? In the governor's race, which I'll get to in a second, Katie Hobbs, both Democrats had their leads grow a little bit, right? We'll see if that trend continues. That's what we're watching. Yes. As they release 60,000, then maybe it's 20,000 next time, or maybe it's 100,000 next time. Has the trajectory changed, right? Or are the new ballots, and there's different kind of ballots, are they telling us anything different? Right now, if you're Mark Kelly, you have a 99,000 vote lead, 51, round that up to 52 to 46. You're in the lead, but you know there are 400,000 more votes, right? You have 989,000 so far, but 410,000 more. There are plenty of votes to change this race, is what I'm trying to say, which is why we need to watch with each installment that is released. Is the trajectory changing? Are they each getting about the same percentage, or has that changed? And so this is in the Senate race, and then I'll put up the governor's race for you. Please jump in if you have a question. This one is closer. Right, this one is closer. So 410,000 votes can change either one of these races. When you have a 16,677 vote lead, simple math there, there's more of a possibility that it could change. The question is, in 2020, when we were waiting, the votes followed a certain pattern, right? And in Arizona, it was interesting. Yesterday, both Democrats increased their leads when the votes came out. In Arizona, Biden had a lead that was shrinking as they released more votes. He held on in the end and won the state by 11,000 votes and change. But there was a lot of hope in the Trump campaign, which was first criticizing the process repeatedly, saying it's taking too long, why are we waiting? And then they started to voice hope when the Biden lead started to come down. In the end, when they were done, Joe Biden won, and he won Arizona. That's the process we're going to have to wait for again. Yeah, it's interesting, but I think, as you point out, just because the first batch of votes seem to expand the lead for Democrats, we'll see what happens tonight, and then we'll continue to see, right? I mean, there's a lot of votes outstanding. And as he said, it's going to take time. You're making it very clear it's going to take through the weekend. They're going to work those 12 to 14-hour days, but it is going to take several more days. All right, John King, thank you very much. And next, some perspective on these developments out of Arizona from our political panels. Anderson and I will be right back.
And welcome back to our special coverage, Election Night in America. We just heard from Maricopa County, Arizona, that it's Phoenix, the top election official there, saying they expect to say in their 8 p.m. hour that at least another 62,000 ballots have been counted there. We expect to get those results. He also said that about 290,000 mail-in ballots were dropped off on Election Day, which is a new record. With me here, CNN senior political commentator David Axelrod, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, CNN chief political analyst Gloria Borger, also CNN political commentators Alyssa Farah-Griffin, Van Jones, and David Urban. David Urban, does it make sense to you, this election system?
No. So in the break, we were just Andrews. Great throw to me, Andrews. In the break, I was just complaining. We heard Bill Gates. You? Not the Bill Gates, but Bill Gates. I guess he's the Bill Gates in Maricopa County. But we heard her talking about why you quit comparing us to Florida. Don't compare us to Florida. We know in Florida that they counted 7.7 million votes with the press of a button, but we do it differently here. And I just said, people in America are sitting home watching their television, scratching their heads, saying, if they can do it in Florida, why can't they do it here? And it is, Gloria points out correctly, it is the federalized system of elections. But I do think Americans writ large would like to see our elections decided kind of on election day.
Yeah. Well, but then you would require everybody to show up on election day, which is, of course, what Donald Trump wanted. But people may want to vote by mail. And, this whole notion of late earlies that we've been talking about, which is incredibly confusing. But it's people who walked in with their ballots. So they were all done, but they were late. So they're late earlies, and they're figuring out a way to count them, and maybe they shouldn't I mean, who knows? I agree with you.
But each state determines the system.
Yes, exactly. It's very balkanized.
The Florida system was reformed by Governor Bush years ago down there, and it wasn't good. It is now, but it is a state-by-state decision. And in some states, for example, the legislature has decided that you can't count these ballots until the polls close. So that slows the system down. So yeah, it'd be great if every state did state-of-the-art things, but politics comes into play.
But when we talk about democracy, right, and all these conspiracy theorists, this lends to it. Go ahead, I don't want to step on you.
I was just going to say, I think the same point. It is high time for Arizona to consider reforming how they handle their elections, because I'm not going to amplify them, but there are rampant conspiracy theories around being circulated online about what's happening in Arizona right now. Shocking. It just gives fuel to the lack of trust in elections. Now, we know that this is being done right. They're following the law. They've walked us through the process. But the average American, to Van's point, isn't sitting here watching and saying, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's high time to reform how they do it.
The cyber ninjas just need to get involved.
Well, one of the reasons that there is that conspiracy theories are spreading is that the Republican candidate for governor, Kari Lake, is spreading them. She was on television today intimating that something untoward was going on, and she said before the election, if I don't win, it's going to be because of fraud. So this is a disease that has spread through the body of politics. If Democrats
win Arizona and Nevada, they wouldn't even need the Georgia runoff to have control of the Senate. I'm wondering what your level of concern is right now.
Well, I mean, that would make for a lot of sad pandas in the Republican Party. I mean, right now we have the chance to maybe pull a rabbit out of a hat here, hold on to Nevada, and then go over and give Herschel Walker a chance to win. So that would be if Nevada goes the other way, that would be a huge disappointment on an otherwise disappointing night. And so the Republicans I talked to with Laxalt feel very confident. I know David's friends feel pretty confident as well. It feels like tonight.
I don't think anybody really knows for sure. I don't know why you think that's a rabbit out of the hat, because everybody thought Laxalt was going to win.
No, I'm just saying at this point, you've got Walker going to a runoff with fewer votes than Warnock. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the Laxalt thing is not done yet. I mean, it just, and the election didn't turn out the way a lot of Republicans thought it was going to turn out. So this would put a bit of a positive.
Well, actually, Scott, let me ask you, because earlier today, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wouldn't answer when he was asked by CNN if he blamed former President Trump for the Republican midterm results. Who do you think is to blame?
Oh, well, look, it's pretty clear to me. I can read a spreadsheet. Donald Trump is killing the Republican Party with independent voters. Everything about the polls and the exit polls that we saw and the data tells you that the incumbent party, the ruling party, should have been thrown out by independent voters. And yet they sided in all these key races and in all these suburban House races. They sided with the Democrats despite not believing in Biden, thinking his policies were hurting more than they were helping. And they decided to take that pain as opposed to side with what they saw was enabling Trump. So it's pretty obvious. Now, it's not Mitch McConnell's best interest to come out and do that today, because he's got to worry about this runoff and he's got to raise money for Walker and all that. But I have talked to dozens and dozens of Republicans around this country today, and they're all reaching the same conclusion.
It is an extraordinary conclusion, though, to reach that people, independents, were willing to take the pain. I mean, what they felt was the economic pain because of the Democrats in order to do something they thought was better for the country. I mean, that's a story of heroism.
Well, and as bad as it is now for people, it could get worse. Don't forget, it's not like the Republican proposals on the economy were inspiring. You had some that jumped out and you didn't like it, jumped out talking about Social Security reform and Medicare. So if you were in economic pain and you heard the Republicans feel your pain, but they're going to add to it, that also doesn't help. So you had a lot of things going on. But this particular meltdown that I'm seeing, I do think it's extraordinary. It's not just people like yourself who are super, well known and stuff like that talking about that. That was shocking. But there are grassroots conservatives, just regular, ordinary folks I went to high school with, folks I went to college with in rural West Tennessee, who are reaching out to me saying, we are done with Trump. MAGA is done. We believe in some of these causes. We do not believe. And one of my friends said, the megaphone is killing us. Talking about Trump. So there is something happening out there. Will it last? I don't know. But there is something serious happening out there at the grassroots level, the base level.
My concern is that the reports of his demise are overstated. Sure. I looked up some of the New York Post, Wall Street Journal, Murdoch-owned papers right after January 6th, and it was very similar to what we're seeing now. They've broken with him before. Nearly every prominent elected Republican said, I'm done with him, including Lindsey Graham. The key here is Kevin McCarthy needs him to be Speaker in January. So he's staying close to him till at least the floor vote. Mitch McConnell's not going to break with him if we're in a runoff in Georgia. He knows he has to at least keep the party on track. That's a political.
But what about the base?
Amount of time.
McConnell, to be clear,
McConnell, the grassroots
and Trump are already broken.
I don't think, but you don't know anything about whether the base is going to break with him, because if the Wall Street Journal writes an editorial, it doesn't mean that the base is going to break.
People in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, aren't reading the Wall Street Journal.
That's what I'm saying. Look, guys, it's not. Look, I agree. The elite would be so happy to get rid of Donald Trump years ago, but they try to run away and they have to go back. But something else is happening. It's not just the elites. It's the grassroots that you're starting to see.
To your point, David, in that county in Pennsylvania, they're not reading the Wall Street Journal, but they're picking up the local paper and figuring out that they're now represented by John Fetterman in the U.S. Senate. And I'm thinking that's worse.
No, Scott, your point is well taken, right? And the State House in Pennsylvania fell, right? You lost these 3 congressional toss-up seats. So it is stinging. And to your point earlier about independence, right? Independence broke big time for Democrats. I don't necessarily know about the Social Security. I think they were afraid of extremism. Your message on democracy on the ballot, that works.
See, I think this was a basket of things. This was a basket of things, and I think that it started with the Dobbs decision. Remember, there were 2 mass shootings at that point. The January 6th hearing was going on, and in the midst of this, Trump reemerges in the center ring of American politics. He embraces a bunch of candidates who were not the best candidates for his party, as has been proven at this point. And people began, these independent voters who a few months earlier were saying, gee, I'm worried Biden's getting tugged too far to the left, are now saying, man, this is getting a little crazy. And I think that carried through to November.
But, there's going to be a presidential primary, and you only have to think about Republican voters in that. And so the question is, the Mar-a-Lago search by the FBI, that didn't seem to affect anybody. Donald Trump portrayed himself as the victim in the Mar-a-Lago search. His PAC raised a lot of money after it. The supporters stuck with him. So the reason I'm skeptical, and I think, Alyssa, I don't want to speak for you, but the reason I think we're both a little skeptical is you need to sort of wait.
Well, and that's the only thing I'd say about the Post and the Journal, right? That may impact Donald Trump's ability. Impact his ability to raise big money that you need to run for president.
Everyone stick around. More on the Georgia runoff that could decide control of the Senate. Both campaigns got underway today, and Republicans already bringing in big-name help from former Senator Ted Cruz. More on that when we come back.
Welcome back to CNN special coverage. Election night in America continued. Now, we're still waiting to find out which party will take control of both the House and the Senate. But one thing is clear right now. Some who supported Donald Trump as the leader of the Republican Party no longer do. The question is, how big is that sum? Well, Rupert Murdoch's media empire, which obviously was once solidly behind Trump, is now blaming the former president for the GOP support showing. The cover of the New York Post today read Trumpty Dumpty, saying that he had a great fall. Yesterday, the newspaper's cover applauded Ron DeSantis' re-election, calling him the future of the party. The editorial page of the Wall Street Journal that was mentioned earlier, writing, Trump is the Republican Party's biggest loser, saying his candidates failed at the ballot box, which of course is the truth. It also said since his victory in 2016, he has a perfect record of electoral defeat. Okay, back with us, our panel. And Joan, it's true, he does have a perfect record of electoral defeat, except for his win for the White House, his first and only win for the White House. Alyssa Farah pointed out, I think, something very important, which is after January 6th, you saw some of these same Murdoch publications turn against him. Mm-hmm. And everybody went running back to him after a little while. Do we see that again, or is this something different?
As I was saying earlier, I don't know whether it's likely that this is different. I mean, waiting for the party to ditch him is like waiting for Godot, right? We've had lots of opportunities, but it's more possible than it's ever been. And the fact that you're getting a lot of Fox personalities who maybe aren't identifying Trump by name, but they're clearly laying down the argument. I think that there's a certain sense in which a lot of the animal spirits on the right are just sort of fed up with a lot of this stuff. It's interesting, Sarah Longwell does these focus groups with Trump supporters, and it's interesting, this was a while ago, but the number one reason why a lot of them thought that they might not want to vote for Trump again is because he would be a lame duck, because he would only serve one term, and Ron DeSantis has 2 terms. I mean, I think there are a lot of Republicans who are just looking at this as a much more pragmatic thing. There's the entertainment wing of the right, which is just about monetizing outrage and that kind of thing. And it's going to be very difficult for them to let go.
Right, and here's the thing. When you look at Ron DeSantis, right, and there's, many in the Republican Party, it's harder to get rid of somebody and throw someone out when you don't have a replacement, right? So they're like, okay, here's our replacement, and he just won big. Let's put Ron DeSantis in there. Okay. Well, Trump sees it, slammed him on the eve of his victory in Florida. I'm sorry. And Trump just posted a post. Ron DeSanctimonious, his new name, is playing games. The fake news asks him if he's going to run if President Trump runs, and he says, I'm only focused on the governor race. I'm not looking into the future. Well, in terms of loyalty and class, that's really not the right answer. I mean, he's hitting DeSantis again and again and again. DeSantis, though, is saying nothing.
Yeah, because you shouldn't reply to Norma Desmond screaming in the attic. I mean, look, this guy is 80 different kinds of disturbed and divisive and frankly pathetic. He is weak. He has been exposed as being weak. This is an emperor's new clothes moment. The question is whether Republicans will actually convert and put forward someone new. And guess what? Normally how you pick replacements is not through some exterior coronation via conservative media. It's actually to have a primary, have a contest of ideas. And let's have a fact-based debate as opposed to this denialism debate, which has consumed the Republican Party and threatened the Republic that is still being carried forward as these 2 last races are being determined in key states where there are election deniers running for Senate, governor, and Secretary of State.
Right, still up for grabs.
Yeah.
And look, all this, you've got these next couple weeks. Look, we're going to find out over the next few days, we hope, who has control of the U.S. Senate. Okay, it could come down, of course, for a few weeks, right, into December for Georgia. But we could find out in days. Hopefully we find out the House. But then you have the former President Trump going to make that announcement, at Mar-a-Lago, which, he clearly wants to run. We'll see whether he does. What does this do to Biden?
I think Biden's going to wait.
You think he's going to wait?
Yeah.
So wait till the new year, keep waiting. Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. Before Election Day, when we thought Trump might make that announcement the night before in Ohio, we weren't sure how well Dems were going to do. I thought they were going to do okay, but Biden's feeling really good. And if I was him, I would ride this wave. I would see what happens in Georgia. I mean, if we win the Senate in Nevada and Arizona, I think I just wait. Do the holiday, talk to your family, announce in the beginning of the year, or say you're not, and give a solid year and a half for your field to open and people really to get out there and do the marketplace of ideas.
Can I just say that I don't think we're giving Biden enough credit. I mean, yes, this election was a rejection of Republican extremism, not an endorsement of Bidenism. But like his legislative record, like his foreign policy record, now his midterm record, I mean, objectively good if you look at it from any sense of perspective beyond a partisan lens. And that's not to say
Afghanistan, which was
absolutely. I'm talking more about the rallying our allies around NATO in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The exit of Afghanistan was disastrous. But I think the guy deserves some credit for pulling off an act that defies political gravity. And as well as a legislative record and a bipartisan record, which is pretty strong. We'll see how, the decision he makes. It's not saying he should run for office again, but it's significant what he pulled off in this election. We shouldn't forget it.
All right, all stay with us. And still to come, the Georgia runoff campaign is underway. Ted Cruz campaigning with Herschel Walker tonight. CNN's Harry Enton will join us next with analysis of which party has the advantage in Georgia, which again could determine control of the U.S. Senate.
Hey, welcome back. With the Georgia Senate runoff just 26 days away, the incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock kicked off his campaign today in Atlanta. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is campaigning with Herschel Walker tonight in Canton, Georgia. I'm here now with Harry Enton, CNN's one and only senior data reporter, to talk Georgia runoffs, plural, not just this one. Which party has traditionally done better in Georgia runoffs?
Republicans. So if you go back since 1992, Republicans have outperformed their general election baseline in runoffs 7 out of 10 times. But that, interestingly enough, does not include 2021. Remember, in those Senate runoffs, the Democrats actually performed their 2020 baseline. So I think the question is, which does this look like more, 2021 or prior history?
So why did the 2021 Senate runoff break tradition?
I think that there are 2 reasons why. First off, look at the turnout in the 2021 runoffs compared to the 2020 general election, then compare the runoff turnout to the general election turnout in other Senate runoffs going back through history. Normally, there is a tremendous drop-off in the turnout, right? Far fewer people turn out in the runoffs than turn out in the general election. In the 2021 situation, however, the turnout nearly matched what we saw in the 2020.
Can we put that back on the screen? Because I think it was 91%. That 91% was the turnout. They came back for the turnout.
That's exactly right.
That's incredible.
Yeah, 91% when the Senate was on the line. Right. And it's more than that. It's also the voters who decided to actually come back out, right? Look, Georgia's a southern state. Voting is very racially polarized. And what we saw in the runoffs in 2021 was black voters who had traditionally sat out runoffs in Georgia actually turned out in larger numbers compared to white voters relative to their general election turnout. So I think that's a question this year, right? Will black voters actually turn out in this runoff? We're going to have to wait and see what happens.
Who would benefit if control of the Senate wasn't on the line?
So this is interesting. If you look at runoff turnout, or excuse me, if you look at our exit poll and you say, okay, is Senate control not important to your vote? It turns out that those voters were far more likely to favor Raphael Warnock than Herschel Walker. So if, in fact, there's not Senate control on the line, I think it would benefit probably Warnock, at least according to our exit poll.
Interesting. Harry Enton, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's good. Appreciate it. Well, I like the graphics, too. Very clean.
I really worked on those graphics for you.
Because often your graphics are very confusing.
No. It's election time. I have to up my game.
You did.
Thank you.
You brought it. We'll look ahead to the 2024 race and break down voters' thoughts on potential Biden re-election bid next. Back with our special coverage, Election Day in America continued. President Biden took a victory lap of sorts today, and even with midterm votes still to be counted and the balance of power still in limbo, some voters already looking ahead to the 2024 presidential election. CNN political director David Chalian joins us now. So a lot of questions, obviously, about when President Biden might announce he's running for re-election, if he should. What did the exit polls show on that front?
Yeah, we asked voters nationwide in this election, Anderson, whether or not they wanted to see Joe Biden run for president in 2024. And it's a pretty much resounding no. I mean, 67% of Americans nationally voting in the U.S. House of Representatives election this week said no, they don't want Joe Biden to run for a second term in 2024. Only 30% said yes. And I want you to see, Anderson, when we look at this among Democrats only, because that's a key factor in his processing, I'm sure. Now, a slim majority of Democrats nationwide, 52%, say yes, they do want Joe Biden to run again. But 43%, a sizable chunk of his own fellow partisans on the Democratic side, do not want to see Joe Biden run for president in 2024.
So, I mean, as the chatter about a 2024 bid for Florida's Governor DeSantis ramps up, what do the numbers show about where he stands with voters?
Yeah, well, one way to keep that chatter going is have a resounding victory for re-election, which DeSantis did. The exit polls in Florida showed us his approval rating was at 59%. His disapproval rating was at 41% among Florida voters. That's a good place to start. And then we asked do you want to see your governor run for president? Florida voters in this election, 45% of them said yes. Slim majority, 52%, said no. Perhaps that includes some folks that want to see him stay in Florida. But compare that to a potential rival, the former president, Donald Trump. We asked Florida voters in these exit polls, do you want to see Donald Trump run for president? And among Florida voters, only a third, 33% said yes. 64% of Florida voters do not want to see Donald Trump run for president in 2024.
Wow, fascinating. David Jellian, appreciate it. Coming up, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy promising new investigation should Republicans win the House. We'll go live to Washington for reporting on what that could mean for President Biden. Democrats next.
Welcome back to CNN special coverage. Election night in America continued. At this hour, Democrats are bracing for a flood of investigations if Republicans do take control of the House. GOP leadership has clearly signaled that they're going to launch probes into everything from the president's son Hunter to the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. CNN's Brian Todd joins us now live. So, Brian, they have made no secret of what they intend to do. What more can you tell us about where Republicans have their sights set, especially if their margin in the House is actually quite narrow, maybe giving more extreme Republicans a bigger say?
That's possible, Aaron. Hunter Biden is clearly one of the Republicans' prime targets. Republicans who likely will be in line to chair the House Oversight Committee say they will demand documents, financial statements relating to the president's son, and they want to haul him in front of that committee. Republicans plan to focus on Hunter Biden's business dealings overseas, and they want to link him to his father as much as possible. Hunter Biden has denied wrongdoing in his business activities, and it's not clear what evidence, if any, the Republicans have actually uncovered on him. The president's son is facing a federal investigation into potential tax violations and allegedly making a false statement about a gun purchase, but he's not been charged with any crime. Now, another big investigation that House Republicans have their eyes on, a probe of the FBI search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate back in August. The likely future Speaker of the House, Republican Kevin McCarthy, issued a warning to Attorney General Merrick Garland right after that Mar-a-Lago raid, telling Garland via Twitter to, quote, preserve your documents and clear your calendar. He was referring specifically to a Republican-controlled House investigating the search. And McCarthy, in that same tweet, said that the Justice Department had, quote, reached an intolerable state of weaponized politicization. Another likely big target of House investigations under Republican leadership, that's going to be President Biden's Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas. Republicans really want to go after Mayorkas over the administration's handling of problems at the southern border. Now, some far-right Republicans have even talked about trying to impeach Mayorkas, and there's been some trash talk going on. This is Republican Congressman Steve Scalise, who could soon be the House Majority Leader, talking about Alejandro Mayorkas.
Securing America's border and holding them accountable. We will give Secretary Mayorkas a reserved parking spot. He will be testifying so much about this. So that's the kind of oversight we're going to be doing.
And,
a reserved parking spot, right?
Exactly, making it clear. All right, so now in addition, I know, Brian, there's some intrigue, surrounding some of the biggest personalities in the House and their futures on committees. Again, something that could be highly influenced by the margin that Republicans have if they are able to secure the House.
That's right. This is going to be all about personalities, Aaron. Kevin McCarthy has previously vowed to kick Democrats Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell off the House Intelligence Committee and to remove Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. That could be possible retribution for the Democrats kicking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar off of their committees, some months and years ago. Those fringe Republicans who have propagated many conspiracy theories. Also, Aaron, you can look for the Republicans to launch a House probe of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and they're even going to go after Dr. Anthony Fauci to deal with the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, Brian Todd, thank you very much. Well, that does it for me, but not for our CNN election coverage. Anderson will be right back after this, along with Wolf, so let's hand things over to them.
These are live pictures of vote counting right now in Nevada, where we expect to get a new announcement of results tonight. Election officials working overtime right now to process hundreds of thousands of ballots that could be critical in determining control of the United States Senate. Control of the House of Representatives also remains in limbo this hour. The final outcome of the midterm election still undecided 2 days later. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer with CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America continued. All eyes right now are on Nevada and Arizona, where the U.S. Senate contests remain undecided this hour. Republicans hoping to oust 2 Democratic incumbents. The Democrats fighting back, and they're fighting back hard. Every vote in those key contests will help determine the final balance of power in the Senate. Right now, Democrats hold 48 Senate seats. Republicans have 49, 2 short of the 51 seats they need to retake Senate control. Turning to the state of play in the House of Representatives right now, Democrats have won 192 House seats so far. Republicans have 209. That's 9 seats short of the 218 needed to reclaim the majority. 34 House seats still haven't been decided. To win House control, Republicans must win 7 seats in competitive contests that are still playing out right now. They are in a strong position to reach that goal, as they're currently leading in 11 races. Democrats, meanwhile, have a higher hurdle. They must win 21 competitive seats to hold on to the House. They are currently leading in 16 races. We're keeping a very close watch on ballot processing at key locations as we stand by for new vote counts in those key races. And that includes the high-stakes Arizona governor's race, where Democrat Katie Hobbs is narrowly leading Republican Kari Lake, a diehard pro-Trump election denier. Let's go to our correspondents right now in the key battlegrounds and here in Washington, covering this truly historic midterm election. First, let's go to Kyung La. Kyung, give us an update on the vote counting there and when we can expect some new numbers, some new results.
Well, we are expecting some new numbers in just a few hours, Wolf. The news conference from the Board of Supervisors, as well as Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer, basically laid out what the going to look like in the next few days. Tonight, they anticipate that they will be releasing just a few more. It's an approximate, right? They're going to release as many as they can, but approximately 60,000 ballots tonight. Data from 60,000 ballots plus. So last night it was 62,000. They anticipate it will be more tonight. Those ballots are from Friday night, Saturday, and Monday, the so-called late earlies, those mail-in ballots that may have been filled out but then were received before Election Day. So not the ones that were dropped off on Election Day, the ones that were received before Election Day. I will leave it to the partisans to decide who that is going to favor, but that is what we have been told by the Board of Supervisors and the County Recorder. They also address exactly how many they could release in the days to come. It is going to be about that pace. So do the math yourself. This may take several days before they get through all of the so-called late earlies, those mail-in ballots, whether they were before or on Election Day, because there are about 290,000 that were dropped off. So that's what they have to go through. That's the target. It is a slow process, but it is slow, Wolf, because they're trying to do it accurately.
Which is so important. As soon as we get those numbers, we'll, of course, share those numbers with our viewers. Kyung La, reporting from Phoenix, Arizona. Let's go to Las Vegas right now in Nevada, another crucial battleground state. Gary Tuckman is on the scene for us. So what's the status of the ballot counting that's going on, Gary, right now?
Well, if I can tell you that all 17 counties in this state are counting ballots as we speak. It's not unexpected. Even if these key races weren't close in the state, that was the plan all along, because under Nevada law, if you send out your mail-in ballot by Tuesday, Election Day, it can arrive at the county election centers by Saturday. So they were always going to be counting until Saturday. We're at the Clark County election building. This is the largest county in the state, the most populated county in the state. It's also the most Democratic county in the state, so it's an interesting and important vantage point. We were inside the building a short time ago to watch the tabulation. We're not allowed to take live video because of security reasons. We're also not permitted to show the faces of the workers, a sad sign of the times, I suppose. But we're watching them tabulate, and here's what we know. There are at least 50,000 ballots still to be counted. They are all mail-in ballots that came from the Postal Service or that came from the drop boxes on Election Day. There were more than 300 drop boxes in this county. In addition to those 50,000, there's 5,500 provisional ballots that still need to be counted, 7,100 ballots that need to be cured. That means sometimes people don't sign their ballots. If they sign them, they're cured and they can be counted. So there's a possibility of up to 62,000 ballots that will still be counted here in this county. We can tell you, mail-in ballots, it used to be just, if you couldn't show up, hey, maybe you send in your mail-in ballot. Now it's the major way of voting here in Clark County. And in this state, there's 1.8 million active registered voters. Each of them received a mail-in ballot, so a large number of people have been mailing in their ballots. And yes, we do expect a major update in the totals within the next couple of hours.
Wolf? Once again, as soon as we get those numbers, we'll share them with our viewers. Gary Tuckman, thanks very much. I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall. You and I have spent a lot of time at this wall over the years, including 2 years ago. Let's talk about the Senate right now. What's at play?
Night 3, election week in America. Gary and King just laying out the new world we live in. With so many mail-in ballots especially, the counts take longer, especially in states that have a methodical way of doing it. Both of those western states do. Where are we right now? This is why this is so important. We know, Wolf, the Georgia Senate race is going to a runoff. Right? It was 50-50 when we woke up on Election Day. Right now it is 49-48, right? So the Republican is leading there. That would get the Republicans to 50 if it stayed, right? Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up and get there. Oh, there we go. It's a little slow today. Adam Laxalt is the Republican. He's ahead, 49.4 to 47.6, a remarkably close race in Nevada. And this is what is significant. Gary is standing here in Clark County, where the Democratic incumbent, Catherine Cortez Masto, is ahead in this county, narrowly ahead, 5-6 points there. But this is what's important. It's 74% of the population. That's where most of the outstanding ballots are. So if Senator Masto is running up a good lead there, running up in the continued ballots, she can catch up. Another significance, since we were here late last night, is that Washoe County, up here in the northwest corner of the state, Reno, the rural areas above it, this is a swing county in the state. It's 15, a little more than 15% of the population. We'll see what percentage of the vote that translates into. Senator Masto was trailing in this swing county. She's now ahead, but look, I say ahead. 48.8 to 48.6. That is the race we have in Nevada. Incredibly close. Why those ballots are so important. Also important in the governor's race. The Republican there has a little bit more, bigger lead, but critically important. And Kyung-La watching the very similar process play out in Arizona. Again, last night, Mark Kelly's lead was about 87,000. It has grown to 98,255. So Senator Kelly stretching his lead a bit. That's what you want. But you still have hundreds of thousands of votes outstanding there, Wolf. So plenty of time to make it up. We're at 76% of the estimated vote. I just want to come out quickly to switch maps just to understand the stakes here. You have these two Western Senate states, Senate's uncounted, right? So let's see where we are right now. Right now, we know this is in December. This is where we stand, right? So let's just go with the state of play at the moment, right? Senator Kelly is leading there. The Republican challenger, Adam Laxalt, is leading out here. If everything stayed as it is, and there's zero guarantee of that with all these votes to count, but if everything stayed as it is, 50 Republicans, 49 for the Democrats, then that would control, yet again, a Georgia runoff would determine control of the United States Senate, which is why the counts in both states are possible, because it is possible if the Democrat comes back here. The Democrats already have a majority because of the vice president. Democrats only need 50, and that would be to fight it out. But the flip side of that math is if Republicans win them both out west, Republicans have the majority. So these counts are critical as we go forward. I just want to come back to the map is where we are. Either scenario could play out just in these two states, or if they're split, then Georgia decides it all in December.
A good point. Arizona, critical right now. I want to bring in the Arizona Assistant Secretary of State, Allie Bones. Madam Secretary, thanks very much for joining us once again. First of all, how many outstanding votes are there in Arizona tonight, and what counties are you waiting on?
Well, good evening. So in Arizona, we're looking at a little over 600,000 ballots still outstanding that have to be verified and processed. And we have heard from a few counties today. One of our counties, one of the smallest counties in Arizona, Greenlee County, is completely finished with processing. So one down, 14 to go. We have heard from 3 small counties already this evening, and we are anticipating getting reports from the remaining counties tonight, including, of course, the 2 big ones, Maricopa and Pima County.
And so, Madam Secretary, we just listened to our correspondent in Nevada, and they have a rough number of 120,000, but they're not quite sure because they can still have mail ballots coming in. Are you certain of the universe left to count, or do you still have, beyond military and maybe overseas ballots, a more modest number? But are you certain of the big universe, or do you still have a question mark?
No, we are certain of the number. So we, in Arizona, ballots do have to be received by 7 p.m. on election night. So any ballots that might be received because somebody did not heed our advice and mailed them beyond the deadline, then yeah, they cannot be accepted at this point.
Madam Secretary, the gubernatorial candidate over there, Kari Lake, continues to raise doubts about the election results. And this is what she's now saying. She's saying election officials, she's saying, are intentionally, her word, intentionally delaying the results. I want to get your response to that charge.
That is absolutely not happening. Our elections officials are operating at the highest level of ethical standards and following the law and the elections procedures the way that they should be. All of our ballots that come in on election day after, that have to be processed, those mail-in ballots have to go through a rigorous process that adds to our integrity of our elections. And so it's ironic to us that people who are calling, into question the integrity of this election and want faster results don't understand that it's actually those processes that add the integrity to our election process.
Ali Bones, the Arizona Assistant Secretary of State, will stay in close touch with you. Thank you very, very much. We're also standing by for new votes from closely watched Pima County in Arizona. They're coming in, we're told, very soon. What that could mean for the close races there and control of the House and the Senate. We'll be right back. With control of the House still very much up in the air right now, let's take a closer look at some of the tightest congressional races right now. Starting off in Colorado, the controversial Republican Congresswoman and ardent Trump supporter Lauren Boebert is facing a very tough challenge from Democrat Adam Frisch. Let's take a closer look right now. Lauren Boebert, she's slightly ahead, 50.2% to 49.8%. 98% of the estimated vote is in. She's got a lead of about 1,200 votes at least right now. It's close over there. Let's check out another squeaker in California, where Republican John Duarte and Democrat Adam Gray are vying in the newly redrawn 13th district. You can see what's going on. 40%, only 40% of the estimated vote is in. Duarte is ahead by only 203 votes, 50.1% to 49.9%. Very close in that House contest right now. Also in California, Republican Ken Calvert is neck and neck right now with Democratic challenger Will Rollins. Will Rollins with 49.8%. Ken Calvert, the Republican, with 50.2%. 41%, less than half. Only 41% of the estimated vote is in. Calvert is ahead by only 453 votes. Quite a few close races in the Golden State, as you can see. Democratic incumbent Katie Porter trying to beat back a challenge from Republican Scott Baugh. Take a look at this. Katie Porter, 50.5%. Scott Baugh, 49.5%. 59% of the estimated vote is now in. She's ahead right now by 1,552 votes. Let's take a look at the balance of power, where things stand right now in the battle for control of the House of Representatives. Remember, you need 218 for the majority in the House. Republicans right now have 209. They've picked up 16 seats so far. Democrats have 192. They've picked up 4 seats so far. 34 seats remain outstanding at this point right now. So here's the state of play in the House of Representatives, where things stand. Democrats must win right now 21 competitive seats in order to maintain their majority. Republicans must win seven competitive seats in order to gain the majority in the House of Representatives. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. These races in the House of Representatives, they are very, very tight. It could be decided by a few hundred votes.
In a word, wow. On day 3 of election week in America, this is not the map Republicans anticipated. And let's be honest, it's not the map many Democrats anticipated either heading into election night. Remarkably competitive Democrats who still have, it's a distinct it's a distant possibility, but mathematically, the Democrats still have a chance to hold their House majority. But right now, the Republicans you mentioned, they have 209 seats. That leaves them just 9 short. Let's look at where they're leading right now. They are leading in enough races to win a narrow House majority. That doesn't mean that's done. But they are leading right now as we continue to count votes in 222 races. But look, the Democrats are leading in 213 House races. So this, on the third night of our count, is wow in play. So let's go back here so people don't get confused about the math. 209, but you look at this coast to coast. We have not called the races in Maine and Alaska. Imagine if it comes down to that. Those 2 states use ranked choice voting, right? Both Democratic candidates. Let's look. We've looked at this before, but let's look at this race in Maine. This is Jared Golden, a Democrat running in a district Donald Trump carried by 6 points. So it's tough territory for a Democrat. Jared Golden is at 49%. He needs to get above 50 to win the race outright. Otherwise, they do ranked choice voting. They take the other ballots. They take Tiffany Bond's ballots, who are the second choice. Right? Most people think Jared Golden will win in that process, but it could take quite some time for Maine to finish that count. So let's just come back out to the national map, and you look at this map. You do see a lot of red in the middle of the country, but Democrats, Republicans thought coming into election night, Wolf, they would pick up a few seats in New England. That's all blue. Jared Golden's race, the one, still not decided. Look at all that blue. If there's a benefit for Republicans, it's here. When Democrats are doing their autopsy and thinking, where should we have worked harder? Where should we have gotten more money? Where should we have gotten out ahead of this? It would be in the state of New York. Republicans picking up several seats here, including the seat of Sean Patrick Maloney, the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee. This is a sore spot for Democrats in a traditionally blue state. The Republican candidate for governor lost, but in running a competitive race, he helped several of these Republican House candidates. And Republicans, if they do get a narrow majority, several of the building blocks will come right here. Surprising in some ways from a blue state like New York. Republicans are disappointed, though, Wolf, when you look out here in the Midwest. Republicans thought in the middle of America, with inflation, with blue and red states like, but competitive states, look at the blue in Michigan. The Republicans thought at least 1 or 2 of those districts would be red. Didn't happen. Democrats fighting district by district to stay in play here. And you mentioned a couple of these still uncalled races with national significance. Let's just take a look at Lauren Boebert's out here, Colorado's 3rd district. Last night she was trailing by just shy of 100 votes. Then she got a little closer now, 1,229 votes ahead. So she has built a lead a bit, but still some votes to count. She is saying today she's confident she will win. She's saying today that the Democratic governor, Democratic senator won big. She thinks there was a drag there, but a key Trump acolyte there to watch. As you noted, several big races out on the West Coast, too. Again, though, when you look at those numbers right now, Democrats resisting valiantly the national headwinds, the probability is a very narrow House Republican majority, but a ways to go. Races to count.
Nail-biter, there's no doubt about it.
Yes.
As we're watching all of this. Still ahead, a lot of second-guessing going on among Republicans about why the election didn't match their very lofty expectations. What that could mean for Kevin McCarthy's years-long quest for the Speaker's gavel. That's next. Stay with us. Control of Congress clearly hangs in the balance tonight, with all eyes right now in Arizona, where we're expecting new vote numbers to be released very soon. Let's bring in Dana Bash for more on what's going on right now. Dana, you're watching all of this so closely.
That's right. And I actually want to take it back to Washington and to that building behind me. What's going to happen, assuming that Republicans take over with the Speaker's race? Jamie, you have some new reporting on the fight that Kevin McCarthy is fighting.
So the election isn't over yet, and Kevin McCarthy is already fighting for his dream job in his own caucus. So here's what we've heard today. Some Republicans want to say he's in peril. Some say jeopardy. Some say vulnerable. A couple said to me, odds are he's not going to be Speaker of the House. We will wait and see. But there's one thing that every Republican source I spoke to said today. He doesn't have 218 votes. He is in a huge fight, and it's not going to be easy. We all know the Freedom Caucus. They've already come out, and many members have said they will not commit to voting for him. Then there are moderate Republicans who are worried that McCarthy is going to make so many concessions to the Freedom Caucus that they won't like what he's doing. And finally, there is the Donald Trump factor. We have known that Donald Trump is very angry at Kevin McCarthy for a long, long time. There are Republicans who think that he may get into this and be a spoiler and anoint someone else.
Okay, we're going to pick up on that in a second, but I first want to go to Manu Raju, who has some reporting as well. Manu?
Yeah, behind the scenes, Kevin McCarthy, he has not yet made commitments that the House Freedom Caucus members are demanding. Among the things that the House Freedom Caucus, that is that hard right faction, is asking McCarthy to do is to give them more power to oust a sitting speaker, assuming they don't like something that he does. And that is something that McCarthy is resisting. Instead, his pitch is this. He says that he brought this party back to the majority after 2 election cycles. Even though it may not be as big as they want, they are back in the majority, at least appears that way at the moment. Of course, we have not called that. And he's also taking steps to try to argue to his colleagues that he will not be a top-down speaker the way speakers past have been, suggesting today, for instance, putting some of his allies in positions to be in charge of so-called working groups to come up with a legislative agenda, to come up with an investigative agenda as well, all of which he believes will help show the kind of speaker that he would be. But the reason why it is significant is that next week will be the first step in this process. There will be a vote to actually nominate the House Speaker. At that point, a majority of House Republicans would have to vote for him to be their nominee for Speaker. He will have the votes for that. The bigger question is come January. That's when he needs 218 votes on the House floor. And if there is a narrow House majority, say 220 seats, 225 seats or so, just a handful of Republicans defecting could complicate that bid, which is why these initial discussions that are happening behind the scenes are significant. And in talking to members of the Freedom Caucus, they are not ruling out voting for McCarthy, but they certainly want him to listen to their demands, listen to their concerns. McCarthy called one of the members today, Ralph Norman, who told us after their phone call that he did not commit to supporting McCarthy, but said that McCarthy was open to meeting with them. So expect those meetings to happen as they move forward on this effort to get the votes.
Manu, thank you so much. And I was just talking to a source close to Kevin McCarthy who says that he is working the phones. He has not gotten off the phone today to try to preempt a real spectacle, a real problem that he could have once, assuming, we should all again say one more time, Republicans don't have the seats yet, but the Republican leader and others are assuming that once all the seats are called, the races are called, he will.
Yeah, no, it's an important caveat. I mean, look, Kevin McCarthy's not stupid. He knows he has a problem on his hands. I mean, we saw the video of him leaving the Capitol last night where he barely wanted to answer questions about this. I mean, he claimed he had the votes, but to Jamie's reporting, I mean, mine lines right up with this. I mean, first of all, he doesn't know if he has control of the House, so there's no way to know if he even has 218 Republicans to vote for him on the floor. But I mean,
because they don't exist yet.
Right. I mean, but this is going to be, I mean, Dana, how many of these have we covered over the years where there's a lot of lead up, drama in the lead up, and then it kind of fizzles on the floor. I don't think that this is going to be like this.
Fizzles on the floor, meaning that
like
he gets the vote.
Whoever is up walks into it.
The biggest problem.
This is going to be nuts.
Yeah, I mean, this has been brewing for a long time, and there are more than 40 Freedom Caucus members as they're constituted right now. That's more than enough in any scenario in which McCarthy's trying to be speaker to muck things up. But the problem always, and this is why it kind of dies on the vine often, is who is the alternative?
That's right.
I mean, let's put Jim Jordan out there. Is Jim Jordan really going to get whatever's left of the moderates in the House Republican caucus?
Matt Gaetz just nominated him, but I would like to suggest there's someone else out there. And this is, we know Donald Trump does not want to take the blame for what happened in this election. He will not be the scapegoat. So who is a convenient scapegoat? Kevin McCarthy. And there is someone that Donald Trump likes very much sitting out there. Elise Stefanik from upstate New York, went to Harvard, has never made Donald Trump angry. There's no daylight between them. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I am saying we have seen Donald Trump come in before.
This is where the Trump thing comes in. I mean, it really does, because, I mean, if Trump were to really actually publicly break with McCarthy, I think it could just like make all bets are off in that scenario. Don't you think?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, also, I just want to go back to, why is Donald Trump mad at Kevin McCarthy? I mean,
because for one moment,
I mean, give me a break.
He's never been a huge Kevin McCarthy.
Well, that's true, but I mean, he has bent over backwards to to do what he needed to do in Trump world, but we can talk more about that later. Coming up, new exit polls on what voters in key 2024 swing states think about President Biden in this election night in America continue.
Yeah. And welcome back to CNN's coverage of this historic election. Arizona is in the spotlight this hour as we await critical new vote numbers that could determine whether Republicans or Democrats will control the Senate. Thanks for joining us. There is a lot to talk about ahead here with the panel in New York. So, what are we waiting for? What's going on?
We were waiting for them to count the votes. I mean, there's a big conversation going on right now, and I agree with David from earlier. People are wondering why certain states can't count these votes. But it actually matters here because if the Republicans can hang on in Nevada and the Democrats hang on in Arizona, then it makes Georgia very meaningful. If something were to happen and the Democrats hang on in Nevada and they hang on in Arizona, it makes Georgia a lot less meaningful. And there's stuff going on in Georgia tonight. The Republicans have announced, Mitch McConnell and his group have announced they're now partnering with Brian Kemp on Get Out the Vote. The Democrats are mobilizing. So that place is gearing up. Yeah. But pending the outcome here of this vote counting.
Imagine living in Georgia.
I know.
Just imagine how you're going to get bombarded.
Thanksgiving's going to suck.
There $271 million was spent on the first campaign. I bet you spend more on the second.
The only good thing is they're not going to ruin Christmas because it's a month earlier than the last time they did the.
Let's check in with David Chalian, who's got some exit polling on Biden, Biden 2024 swing states. David?
Hey, Anderson. Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about that Georgia runoff that may or may not be consequential in just 4 weeks. President Biden, at his press conference this week, was asked about looking ahead 2 years, if indeed he's poised to get into a re-election battle. And we have a sense from voters in key battleground states this year about whether or not they would like to see Joe Biden run for re-election. So in Florida, do you want Joe Biden to run for president in 2024? Only 27% of Florida voters in this election said yes, 70% said no. Take a look in Michigan. Do you want Joe Biden to run for president? 28% said yes. Again, nearly 7 in 10, 68% of Michiganders in this election said no. Pennsylvania, you're going to see a trend here. 27% say yes, they want to see Joe Biden run for president again. 69% say no. And in Wisconsin, you see the same results. 28% of voters in Wisconsin want to see Biden run in 2024. 69% say no. Obviously, Biden won 3 of those 4 states. He did not win Florida in 2020, but he would need those battleground states if indeed he was to be successful. And clearly, there's not sort of a call for him to get into a re-election race.
Yeah. I mean, David, actually, we talked about this a lot yesterday in terms of Joe Biden getting into the race. What are your thoughts on today? Any different?
Well, no, these numbers don't, they're not encouraging, though he said yesterday he's not looking at these numbers. I'm not sure he entirely should look at these numbers because I remember being in a White House that had a very bad midterm election where the president's numbers were lagging and he ended up winning a really substantial victory 2 years later. So presidents can come back. Bill Clinton came back. The issue remains the issue we discussed yesterday. But I have to say, I have to cut him a little bit of slack because think about this. We're sitting here tonight wondering about control of the Senate. The House Republicans are in disarray. The day of the election, we did an interview with Kevin McCarthy, who was, ready to be carried in on a rickshaw. And now, he's struggling to be the leader because they did so poorly. So, I think I can see why they in the White House are feeling better today. I think I said what I said, and I'm not going to. I think the issue is not about Biden and his politics. The issue is just one of. Go ahead.
Isn't part of the you said what you said about Biden. The numbers are what they are, and at the same time tonight, the so-called leader of the Republican Party has put out a incomprehensible screed against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the only Republican in the country, by the way, who did anything on election night. So you've got Democrats who clearly are nervous about the prospect of Biden running. Republicans David and Alyssa and I are hearing are very nervous about the idea of Trump running. And I think the country, one of the messages here is not partisan. It's just that the country is screaming for us to move on and do anything different.
Right.
And so it's obvious in the numbers. And I don't know if the political system has the will to produce that result, but the market demand is there.
But it's also compared to what? You know, this is, do you want Biden to run? Okay, we don't want him to run. But against whom? If he's sort of up against Donald Trump, right. If he's up against Donald Trump, well, maybe they might want to run. Also, what's the state of the economy going to be at that point? Are they, you know, as David points out, Biden was looking at a red wave and he got a trickle. So maybe in hindsight, people are going to change their mind. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't underread or overread this.
Right. It's a tough question to answer right now.
I just think that the high likelihood in 2 years is that the economy is not going to be great, just because the Fed is going to continue to pound the heck out of this economy to try to beat inflation. That doesn't happen in a weekend. It takes a while. If you have a soft economy, people are going to be looking for change.
Right.
And I just think, I think every election now feels like a change election. And so in that case, I just think that we need to put somebody else up. Here's the problem. Nobody can tell you who they want that's not Biden.
Yeah.
That's our problem.
Well, it's not going to be Newsom, right? It's not going to be Pritzker, or is it, right? I mean, that's the question.
Listen,
who knows?
You know, we all sat here in our wisdom and forecast what was going to happen in this election, and I, for one, was wrong, okay?
Fair enough.
So to try and predict what's going to happen 2 years, but I've said it before, the way we determine who has the chops to run is through campaigns.
But it's really not true.
But let's talk about the governor. Let's talk about the governors. I mean, Democrats had very good midterms when it comes to governors' races. Newsom, Whitmer, handling winning. You know, I mean, is there presidential potential there?
But also, the most significant factor that we didn't know that got the polling wrong, that made us all think we were going to have a red wave, is young people turning out in droves. And they came out for Democrats, but in spite of Biden, all the exit polling shows it really wasn't Biden that motivated them to come out. Young people are screaming for something different. This is a moment that both the Republican Party and Democrats should heed, that, I'm sorry, we don't want two octogenarians. It's not ageist, it's wanting a different generational leader.
Yeah, you know, the governors, one thing we should note while we're on the governors is Democrats won in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, retained those governor's offices. That actually has implications for the presidential race. It's important to have the governor in those states. A couple of them are prospects for the future, maybe even the next election in Michigan, but holding those offices was a really big thing for the Democratic Party.
Arizona election officials are set to release new vote count numbers just minutes from now. Our election coverage continues in a moment. A blame game is on tonight as Republicans try to figure out why their anticipated congressional sweep failed to materialize. New vote numbers coming soon from Arizona could push them closer to a narrow victory, but some are blaming the Trump factor for the disappointing results, worrying about what comes next. I want to bring in CNN national correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, you're learning some new information from your source about the former president's plans to announce another run for the White House.
That's right, Anderson. So the invitations for that event, which is Tuesday, are anticipated to go out as soon as tonight. This despite the fact that so many of Trump's advisors and allies are asking him not to announce until after the Georgia runoff. They are telling him he will be blamed if Walker loses, that him announcing will pour money into the race for Warnock as well as energize Democratic voters. Now, as for where Trump's mind is, yes, he is still planning to announce on Tuesday, but he's also very focused on one person, and that person is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. There is no questioning the fact that DeSantis has had an enormous amount of momentum after his win. We have seen multiple Republicans, including conservative media, essentially tout DeSantis as the new leader of the party and throw Trump to the side, and this has not gone unnoticed. Now, Trump had promised donors and allies he would stay away from DeSantis before the midterms after a swipe at him that had people enraged, but he's not anymore. He released a statement. He took credit for DeSantis's win in 2018. He said that DeSantis is disloyal because he is talking about wanting to run, that he never said that he wouldn't run if Trump did. So he's already out there.
I got to say, I mean, a statement implies that it is a well thought out, like, you know, actual sentences that are coherent, that have a subject, you know, and a verb and some nouns. I mean, this is a rambling screed. It's quite something.
Well, you can see where his energy is at. This is what he is focused on. I will note that no one right now is at Mar-a-Lago. The entire club has been evacuated. He is there alone until Friday, so he has a lot of time to focus on this stuff.
Wow, it's fascinating. Kristen, thank you so much. I want to talk about it here with Brendan. Alyssa, I know you're waiting for your invitation to the announcement. But I mean, it is fascinating. I mean, I had not read this screed until recently, and I had to read the first couple of sentences because they do not actually make sense.
Oh, it's nonsensical. I mean, and there's an actually better version, if you want to say that, on Truth Social that goes even further. So this is the professionalized version.
Premium content.
Yeah. He's looking for everyone to blame. DeSantis is the focal point. He wants to take credit for DeSantis's tremendous success. But those around Trump are also coming after Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Ronna McDaniel. Kevin McCarthy's got the worst tightrope he's got to walk for the next 2 months because he does have to stay in his good graces. No one else needs to. Mitch McConnell doesn't need a thing from Donald Trump. Every Republican governor who's just elected doesn't need a thing from him. So I'm curious what real VIPs from the Republican Party even show up at this event.
I mean, DeSantis
has the quote-unquote advantage of sunshine. All caps.
Because of COVID. This is referring to COVID, right?
Yes, the advantage of sunshine.
So the thing about the announcement is everybody's tried to talk him out of doing this on Tuesday. I spoke with a source who's close to him today who said, actually, we tried to talk him out of doing it on Tuesday. We want him to do it in January. We really want him to wait. You know, don't do it during the holiday season. People are sick of politics. You're going to have the stage to yourself in January. People will pay attention. And the source I spoke to said, look, nobody knows. If the invitations, Kristen's a great reporter, the invitations are going out tonight. Did you just get yours?
No, I was going to say, I was going to read something. This is from my West Point classmate and future candidate as well, Mike Pompeo. Conservatives are elected when we deliver, not when we rail on social media. Right?
Well, that's a different tone from Mike Pompeo.
So, I mean, I think people are kind of jumping into the deep end of the pool on this, right? We'll see what the vice president.
But do you really? I mean, we've been talking now for several days about whether this is a real break or is it gosh, I can't quit you in the end break. I mean,
now look, I think that this is the floodgates are open and people are going. You saw Winsome Sears earlier today on social media saying, I can't support Trump, a very conservative, very African-American kind of future of the Republican Party, right, in Virginia.
But I mean, Lindsey Graham said this the night of the insurrection, and then he was chased in the airport the next day by some, people screaming at him, and he seemed to then go to Mar-a-Lago.
The Trump announcement, I predict, is going to fall pretty flat, and it's not going to be what he wants it to be. But what I'm watching is January. I'm watching the new year. When the dust settles, people break for the holidays, Congress is back in session. That's when people tend to gravitate back toward Mar-a-Lago. They end up needing something from him. They're hearing from their base when they're back home. So,
but who's going to go there? This is my point about going to Tallahassee versus Mar-a-Lago, right? Who's going to want to go to? What are you going to need from him at this point, right?
Yeah, I think
versus Ron DeSantis.
My question, I think the point about not wanting more politics now is, I mean, the only people who are going to be excited by this are the people who travel from place to place like it's a Grateful Dead thing, and they just go to all of his rallies. But I think America is tired of all of this, and they're tired of him, frankly, right now. And, it's interesting. He did better, and the Republican Party did better during the months when he was quiet. The Republican Party started having problems when he resurfaced in a big way. And, I mean, you kind of feel like there's this big implosion coming. But the question is, at the end of the day, I want to see how the base reacts to all of this. Rank and file people who have followed Trump.
I'm still imagining the Trump base and the Grateful Dead base traveling together. I'm sure there's a lot of crossover.
It's all tie-dye.
We're just minutes away from learning new vote totals from election officials in Arizona. Hundreds of thousands of ballots there are still uncounted. This is election night in America. Continue.
There's a major push underway right now to count ballots in Arizona. Looking at live pictures from Pima County in Arizona. Thousands of new votes were just reported, and we're expecting even more results coming up this hour. Arizona and neighboring Nevada could be the deciders as the nation waits to learn which party will win the keys to the U.S. Senate. Control of the House of Representatives also is hanging in the balance right now as election night in America continues. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're standing by to see if the needle moves tonight in the critical undecided Senate races in both Arizona and Nevada. Two Democratic incumbents fighting so hard to try to hold on against strong challenges from Republicans. Those races crucial in determining the final balance of power in the Senate. Right now, Democrats hold 46 Senate seats, 48, I should say, 48 Senate seats. Republicans have 49. That's too short of the 51 seats they need to retake Senate control. Over in the House of Representatives, Democrats have won right now 192 House seats. So far, Republicans have 209. That's 9 seats short of the 218 needed to reclaim the majority. 34 House seats still haven't been decided. To win House control, by the way, Republicans must win 7 seats in competitive contests that are still playing out right now. They have a very good chance at doing that since they are currently leading in 11 races. Democrats have a taller order. They must win 21 competitive seats to hold on to the House. They are currently leading in 16 races. Let's go to the battleground states right now. Our correspondent Kyung La is in Arizona. Kyung, we expect new votes from Arizona. Very soon? What are you hearing?
And by very soon, it could be any minute from now, Wolf, in this hour, and we anticipate it should be very, very soon. The second largest county here in Arizona, Pima County, will be releasing more election results, about 10,000 ballots expected. And then in 2 hours, this county that I'm in, Maricopa County, will be releasing even more election results. We are told that it will be in the range of about 62,000 votes, if not greater. They anticipate it will be greater, but that number has been moving as they work through all of these ballots. Those ballots from Friday night, Saturday, and Saturday night, Sunday, and Monday. These are ballots, early ballots before Election Day. And so those are going to be a part of the results that we get tonight. And every single night, we're going to expect about the 60,000, 70,000 range to be released nightly here from Maricopa County. It is a slow process. They have to signature verify. They are mandated by state law to follow some certain rules. But this has created an area for some heated political rhetoric, including from what we are hearing from Arizona Republican gubernatorial nominee Kari Lake. And here, the election officials have pushed back on her assertion that they're doing it on purpose. Take a listen.
Quite frankly, it is offensive for Kari Lake to say that these people behind me are slow rolling this when they're working 14 to 18 hours. So I really hope this is the end of that now. We can be patient and respect the results when they come out.
One other thing is that these officials are working under enormous pressure, Wolf. They have sustained some incredible threats on their families, on their lives, on their livelihood. So they say they are trying to move as quickly, as professionally, and as accurately as they can, Wolf.
Kyung La on the scene for us. We'll get back to you as soon as those numbers come out. Kyung La reporting for us. Let's go over to David Chalian. So what do these candidates need to do to actually win right now in Arizona?
Yeah, so as you can see, we've got about 665,000 votes outstanding in Arizona statewide. So one of the things, Wolf, that we're doing, our team at the Decision Desk looks at what each candidate needs, what percentage of that remaining uncounted vote they need to win. So again, 665,000 uncounted votes. That's an estimate. That's just an approximation. Blake Masters, who's now running behind, would need approximately between 52 and 56% of the remaining uncounted vote. Obviously, Mark Kelly needs less. He's currently in the lead in this race. So Mark Kelly needs about 42 to 46% of that overall statewide remaining vote to be counted. So as we look at each vote batch that comes in, we'll look to see if Masters and Kelly are sort of hitting these marks that they would need to hit in order to win this race.
David, thank you very much. I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall. I understand we're getting some new numbers already coming in from Arizona.
All right, we're waiting for these two big counties, Wolf. You just talked to Kyung. She's in Maricopa. This is the big, tens of thousands, 60,000 tonight, more to count as we go forward. Obviously, this is 61% of the state population, so this is the biggest, right? And then you just mentioned any moment now, Kyung mentioned we could get Pima County. That's the second largest county in the state. But we do have some new numbers as we wait from some of the smaller counties of the state. I just want to start up here, Cochinino County. These numbers came in just a short time ago. Let me pull this up to see. Now, the new numbers are included here, but I just want to show you in the idea that as each of these new voting reports come in, we're seeing, number one, our question is, what's the raw number? And number two, what is the percentage the Democrat and the Republican are getting? If you're the Republicans, you're trailing in both races. You need a higher percentage, obviously, because you need to catch up, right? So that's the test. So let me just pull this up. I just want to show you what happened in this one county when you pull it up. And let's just look at the Senate race for now. And we'll bring up this, right? And I'll put this here so I can write it here. In this one county, when the new votes came in, Senator Kelly got 2,047, right? 2047. Now, they're included in those totals there. So these aren't new numbers when you look at them. I just want to give you this math to show you what we're looking for as we bring in these extra votes into the process. Blake Masters gets 857. So that's 69%. That's 29%, right? And so if you're Blake Masters and you're trailing, Maricopa is much more important. Pima is much more important because that's where there are more votes. But as more votes come in from these counties, and this is a Democratic county, so let's be clear about that. The Democrat is winning in a Democratic county, not breaking news. But the Democrat is winning, getting 69%. So that's what you're looking for. You get a batch of votes from this county, a batch of votes from another county, not just the raw numbers. I mean, that's what matters in the end. I'm going to come out here. Let me turn this off so it moves. I'll come out here so you see the raw numbers in the race, right? This is the statewide numbers. But when you get new votes like this, Mark Kelly's lead is now above 100,000. It was 87,000 earlier. It moved up to 95,000. It is now above 100,000. Now, we have tens and tens of thousands more votes to count. So we're not there yet, but that's what you want, right? We're at 76%, so nearing 80% of the estimated vote. What you want in this situation, we lived through this in 2020. You get an installment of votes. It could be hours, could be a day before you get the next one. What you're hoping for in your campaign is you're seeing more votes, and you're seeing you're getting a percentage in the new votes that is higher than your statewide total. That's gold if you're in charge, right? You're at 51 and you're winning. When the new votes come in, can you stay above 51? If that continues for Mark Kelly around the state, he gets a second term as a senator from Arizona. So when you see these new numbers come in, compare the new to the existing. And if you're Blake Masters, 46, that doesn't do it for you, right? This is just one small installment from one county. So no reason for panic in the Masters campaign. But if this continues, then there would be, Wolf.
Certainly would be. Mark Kelly still ahead right now. Let's go to David Chalian. David, I know you're looking so closely right now at the governor's race in Arizona.
Yeah, which is a different picture because of where the race is right now. Obviously, Kari Lake, the Republican, Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, are locked in a much closer battle than we see between the two candidates in the Senate race. Now, our approximation of how much vote is outstanding in Arizona is the same. 665,000 votes, we estimate, are still out there and uncounted. So hundreds of thousands of votes to still count in the state. But look at this. This is so interesting because it's a close race. Kari Lake is running a little behind right now, but in this estimate, in this range, Kari Lake needs between 49 and 51%, roughly half, of that outstanding vote, in order to overtake Katie Hobbs and secure a victory here. Katie Hobbs's range is really similar. 49 to 51% is what she needs to achieve in what is left to be counted. She needs that kind of haul, roughly half of the votes, in order to maintain her lead and secure a victory. Will.
Very interesting indeed, John. Let's talk a little bit about this governor's race. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, Kari Lake, the Republican. Katie Hobbs is ahead. She's ahead right now, 50.6% to 49.4%. 76% of the estimated vote is now in.
And so we're going to go through the same exercise in two counties now, in two different counties in Arizona. Those are the numbers. These numbers I'm about to show you in the smaller numbers are included in this total. I just want to show you again to the point David Chalian was just making about trajectory, if you will, the percentage you need to catch up or the percentage you need to keep your lead, right? So Katie Hobbs has a 22,749 vote lead, much smaller than Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate. He's now above 100,000. So she's in a tighter race. But if these look at these two reports, let me just bring up the chalkboard to help us out here. Let me bring this up twice. I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to bring it up again. Oh, I can't. I save it. We'll just use the same one. All right, so here we go. So we're going to come this here and we're going to go up here. Again, back to this county in the north. I'm going to move it up a little bit so you can see. This is a Democratic county in the northern part of the state. I just showed you the Kelly advantage. Excuse me for turning my back. But I just want to bring this. I'm going to raise it a little bit so you can see it better and come in here. In this county, Hobbs gets 2015. Kari Lake gets 926. This is 69% if you round it up. And this is 31%. So again, David just said, Kari Lake needs to get a majority. Obviously, she's trailing. She needs to get above 50% of the new votes. In this one, it's a Democratic county. So again, take that into account. But look, Katie Hobbs is getting, let's come out to the statewide vote. This is where this is important. She's getting 51% if you round up statewide. These new votes come in, she's getting 69% of them. That's gold if you're the Democratic campaign. Again, it's one county. There are tens of thousands more votes to come, but that is gold. That's up in the northern county. Now let me blank this out, come down here for Santa Cruz County for you. This is a small county. That's Pima County, sorry, right below it is Santa Cruz County. Very small county, Democratic county in the end of the state. I just want to do this one more time for you and bring these in. In this county here, some new votes just came in. 1021, 405. Again, it's a Democratic county. But if you're Katie Hobbs and you're getting 72% to 28%, that's what you want. In terms of trying to build your lead, yes, Kari Lake is hoping more votes come in when you come back out statewide.
Yep.
Kari Lake is hoping they come from Maricopa County in the Phoenix suburbs, Tucson in the suburbs, and Pima County. If you're Katie Hobbs, a blue county, you're getting 72%, you're happy.
Let's discuss what's going on over there. Constance Hargrove is joining us, the election director in Pima County, Arizona right now. Thanks so much, Constance, for joining us. So how many outstanding ballots are there in Pima County right now? If you could just give us the numbers and give us the latest in the Senate race there, give us the latest numbers.
Okay, the latest numbers in the Senate race for Mark Kelly is 189,026 votes. For Blake Masters, 111,746. And of course, Mark Victor has 5,712 votes.
So are those all the numbers that you have so far?
That is, yes, those are all the numbers I have so far.
How many outstanding ballots do you think there still are remaining to be counted?
So there are approximately 120,000 ballots between the recorder's office and elections.
And when do you expect those to actually be counted and reported out?
And so we have in our office roughly 60,000 ballots. So we should be able to get through hopefully approximately 20,000 tomorrow. We can usually get through about 20,000 a day. And we will keep working through the weekend and get through most of those ballots, or not all of those ballots we have, probably by no later than Monday morning.
Constance Hargrove, I know John King has a question for you as well. John, go ahead.
This has been largely in Maricopa County, but when you hear officials, social media people outside your state, but including the Republican candidate for governor in your state, questioning why this is taking so long, raising doubts about whether the integrity of the count, essentially. Can you explain, as the count is taking place, one of the things that's normal in most places, and I'm not there with you, so tell me if this is true, outside people raise these questions. As these votes are being counted, don't both political parties, both campaigns have the right to have observers watching all of this? So they're watching. They know there's nothing bad happening. The noises are coming from people outside the room. Is that correct?
That is correct. We always have at least 2 observers in the room at any time, and we've had multiple observers, some that were not inside the room, but of both parties here all week.
You guys are doing an impressive job indeed. Constance Hargrove, thank you very, very much. And John, you've got the new numbers. I just want to make sure you report and give us your analysis.
So you get the new numbers. Again, Pima County is a Democratic county, so there should be no shock that the Democrat is getting more votes. But this is, again, as you get into these batches, I'm going to come out here, just to make sure this is off, and bring you the statewide totals now over here again. All right? So Senator Kelly is, this is Katie Hobbs. This is the governor's race. Katie Hobbs, the Democratic candidate for governor, is getting 51% if you round that up, 49% for Kari Lake. So if you're Katie Hobbs, you need to stay above 50, right? You win if you stay above 50. So these new votes come in, and she's getting 65%. Again, that's gold. You're not only meeting your bar. David Challey was talking about she needs somewhere, she needs about 49 or 50% to keep that lead. So you want to get 50% anytime in an election. You want to get 50% of every new batch that comes in or more, 65%. So you're happy. You're happy if you're in the Dobbs campaign there. Again, it's a Democratic county, but every vote counts. You want to stretch that lead out because you are worried. Kari Lake was a TV anchor in the Phoenix suburbs. You're worried maybe she'll have more support in larger, more populous Maricopa County. So when you're getting those margins in Pima County, you are happy. Now let's switch to the Senate race. Senator Kelly has a bigger lead. It's up to 107,000 now because of this. It was about 100,000 last time we spoke. Now it's up to about 107,000 because of this. And look what's happening with it. He's at 51, 52% if you round that up to 46%. So Mark Kelly, essentially, if he's If he gets 49%, he could still win this race. But he wants to get 50 or more in every one of these, right? We can do a statistical analysis. You can just have common sense. To keep your lead, you want to win more than half of all the votes coming in, and you're guaranteed to keep your lead. And look, 66%. Again, it's a Democratic county, so Republicans are saying, so what, it's a Democratic county. We're going through these votes, some by the hundreds, some by the thousands. Mark Kelly is doing exactly what he needs. So if Blake Masters performing at this level in Pima County, he's going to need a gangbusters performance in Maricopa County, where there are more votes, but a number like that does not make you happy. You need to do better. Even in Democratic areas, if you want to win this state, the Republican needs to do better than that.
Right now, we're waiting for a huge batch of votes coming in from Maricopa County that could potentially be very, very decisive. We'll watch that. We'll share it with you as soon as those numbers come in. It could be decisive. Just ahead also, House Republicans are predicting a GOP majority once all the votes are counted, but CNN has not yet made that projection. We're going to dig into all the latest numbers and explain what we're still waiting for. Our special election coverage continues in just a moment. We can now make projections in House races. These are unusual races because they feature Democrats against Democrats due to California's open primary system. So we know a Democrat will win. CNN can project that in California. Democrat Sidney Kamlager will win. A California state senator will defeat Democrat Jan Perry, a former Los Angeles City Councilwoman. Also in California's 15th and 34th congressional districts, we can also say a Democrat will win. We don't know yet which one, though. This means we can move 3 more House seats over to Democrats, bringing the balance of power to 195 Democrats right now and 209 Republicans. So let's take a look at the state of play where things stand right now on this election night in America continued. Right now, Democrats must win 21 competitive seats to maintain their majority in the House. Republicans must win 7 competitive seats to win their majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. Let's go over to John King right now, who's watching all of this so closely. So we haven't projected the winner in the House of Representatives yet, the Democrats or the Republicans. Tell our viewers, explain what's going on.
Well, we're counting votes, and so you have these races there. These are the races we've called so far, as you just outlined. Republicans have 209. That leaves them just 9 seats away from 218, the magic number. That would be a new Republican majority. Democrats, though, are at 195. And again, Republicans did not expect the map to look like this 3 days after. Now, Republicans, as you note, have an easier path, right? We just look at the races where they are ahead right now. They're ahead in 222. You need 218 for majority. These races are not called, so they could go the other way. We're still counting mail ballots. There's a lot still to go. But right now, the probability is that they will have a narrow majority. But the mathematical possibility remains that the Democrats can get there. It's a steep hill, but I want to walk through the possibilities. And remember, this is the possibilities. Republicans have an easier path. Republicans have a more probable path, but Democrats have a possible path. And let's go through some of the steps. You see right there, they're at 195, right? 195. Let me bring these 3 races in. Here's 3 more. We view these as races. Our decision team has looked closely at these. The Democrats are likely to win. You have one here in New Mexico, one here in Colorado, and there's one here in Maryland. And I want to note, the Republican is currently leading in this race in Maryland. But there are outstanding votes in Montgomery County, just outside of Washington, D.C. It's overwhelmingly Democratic. That's where the outstanding votes are. The Republicans' lead is narrow. So it is quite likely, in our view, based on voting patterns, that the Democrat will win there. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Where does that get you? That would get you in this scenario, and it's a scenario, to 198, right? So leave that there. Let's take the next step. Let's look at some more races here. Here's 14 more races where Democrats are ahead. In some of these, Democratic victory is guaranteed. California has a jungle primary. So in several of these races, it's a Democrat versus a Democrat. So a Democrat will win. We just don't know which Democrat yet. In other races, the Democrats are ahead. And of several of those, Republicans have actually conceded. But we have not called them yet because the vote margin is so close. We're conservative here. So we want to wait and count the votes. But there's 14 more, right? So what does that get you to? That would get you to 212, right? So let's take this out. Wipe this out, bring this up. That would get you to 212. 212, that's tantalizingly close to 219, isn't it, Wolf? And so let's take the next step. Let's take the next step right here. 218 is where you need to get. These are 2 states with ranked choice voting. The Democratic candidates in Alaska and in Maine are currently ahead, and they're close to 50%. They could win outright. If they don't get above 50% when all the votes are counted, that's when they do the second choice and third choice. They drop out the bottom candidates, and they look at the second, third, and third choice. It is not only quite possible, we believe probable. The Democratic candidate wins here and wins here. So that would get you to 214. Right? Again, this is a scenario, watching at home, but this is why.
So they're 4 short right now.
In this scenario, they are 4 short right now. This is where we want to be completely transparent and honest with you. This next 4, the 214, I can get you there. Doesn't mean it will happen, but that is a case, okay, I can see how that works. It'd be hard for any Republican to disagree that it's possible. These 4, fully transparent, is a reach. These are a reach. Why? Because Republicans are leading in them right now. This includes the Lauren Boebert district here in western Colorado. She's ahead by 1,136 votes. They're not done counting here. It's possible the Democrat can win this race, so that's why we say it is possible, but it would be a reach. One more, I just want to show you one more of these. Let's bring this back out here and come out here to Central California. This name might be known to you when I come into this district here. This is David Valadao's district. He is one of 2 remaining of the impeachment 10. The Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump. Dan Newhouse has won re-election in Washington State. David Valadao, you see him here, he's ahead by 3,300 votes, 3,386. But there are a lot of votes to count out here. This district was carried by Joe Biden by 13 points. So that's why we put it on this list. It is possible, reasonable. California does mail-in ballots. This district has swung back and forth. The vote count has swung back and forth in this district as we've watched it. So will the Democrat win? We don't know that. Will the Republican win? He just might. But I just wanted to show you in this scenario, if Democrats can defy the odds, yes, and get the mail-in ballot counts and get those other 4, come back out to the full map. If they can get those other 4, it is still mathematically possible to get there. Again, Republicans have a clearer path to the majority. But the reason we're still counting votes, and it's so important to count these votes on night 3, is that there's still a mathematical possibility. 214 could back that up pretty good. Getting these last ones, it is a reach, but it is a mathematical possibility, and it's not out of the realm.
You and I have been at this magic wall over many midterms. Have you ever seen a midterm like this one?
No, I have not. Not in the sense that it is this competitive this year, especially given, let me come out of here. Let's come back to the real map so we see this where we are right now. Look, the probability here is a narrow Republican majority. We need to be honest about that, but we're not there yet. We are simply not there yet. Republicans, there was one point Kevin McCarthy said we'll win 60 seats, and he said we'll win 30 seats. You're looking right now where they are ahead in 222 seats, right? 222 seats. In the current House of Representatives, they have 212 seats. If this ends with a 10 or 12 seat Republican gain, Republicans will have the majority. That is significant. Joe Biden's life, President Biden's life will change dramatically if that happens. But that is nowhere near, absolutely nowhere near what they anticipated. And that's what makes it so fascinating.
Let's go over here because there's some new numbers, there's new votes coming in from Arizona right now. And I want you to share with our viewers what we're learning.
Let's see what we have in Arizona. Let me just reset and come back up. And let me see right here. I'm told to look up here. Oop, let me come across. I'm looking, where am I going here? Here. I'm going to the wrong place. Let's see. Here. Okay, we're going to get here where we go. I know we are.
North of Phoenix.
I'm north of Phoenix. Here we go. Yavapai County. There we go. Should have hit it in the first place. All right, new votes here. We have new votes to bring in? Or these just came in?
All right.
Oh, you see in this county, it's a Republican county. I'm not sure if these numbers are updated. I'm sorry.
Let's take a look at the governor's
They're not
race in this
communicating with me here. But you see Blake Masters winning 60% in this Republican county. Donald Trump carried this county by 29 points. But if there are new votes there, that hasn't been communicated to me. Let's come in here.
Bring in the chalkboard.
Let's bring it up. Okay, let's go.
This is the governor's race right now. All right, so here. All right. For Katie Hobbs, 2,479.
2,479.
2,479. 33.6% of the vote.
I want to round that up, okay.
Carrie Lake, 4,892. 66% of the vote. Yeah.
So you see
that clearly helps the Republicans right now.
To the point we were making earlier about when the new votes come in, you want them to A, match or exceed your percentage already in that county, if it's your county, and this is a Republican county, so you want 60% here. And Katie Hobbs, 34%. So you see, Carrie Lake overperforming her current number, and then you come out to the statewide map, And you have, obviously Carrie Lake she's trailing at 49.5. It's a very, very close race. That lead has now dropped to 20,336. Again, now
closer.
From this is it right here. Just do the math at home. 2,400 votes. That it has dropped right there. And so if you're Carrie Lake, that's what you need to do. We were just talking about how the Democrats were getting huge percentages, 60 plus, close to 70% in the Democratic county. Carrie Lake's doing the same thing right now in a Republican county. So you're doing what you need and you're building your vote.
76% of the vote is in. So there's still plenty of votes outstanding.
And most of those votes are here in Maricopa County. And as you watch Maricopa County, this is, again, more than 60% of the vote. But, again, it's a blue county. But look how close it is in the blue county. Number one, it's a competitive county. It's blue, but it's a very competitive county. And number two, most people nationally think of Carrie Lake as, the Donald Trump acolyte and things like that. But instead, what you have here is, she was a Phoenix TV anchor for 10 years. She's very well known in the community. We'll see what happens here.
Well, let's take a look at the Senate race right now and see what the results are from this county, the new numbers coming in. Mark Kelly, the Democrat, Blake Masters, the Republican right now in this county.
So let's go back up here to see the new numbers that came in here. Let me pull this up. Let me move it up so you can see the county as I do it. Again, these numbers are factored in here. But the question is, are each candidate getting or exceeding what they need in this county? This is Senator Kelly here. 25-45, excuse me. Here, let me blank it out so we're not looking at funny at home. $46.79. So Blake Masters. So
clearly, these numbers that are coming in from this county helps the Republican, Blake Masters.
Right. So again, it's a Republican county. So if Kelly was on top in this county, Masters' campaign would worry. But not only is he getting 63%, that's in excess of where he was in this county. And then you pull out to the statewide vote. And again, David Chalian smartly laid out earlier, if you're at 46%, obviously Blake Masters needs to get well above 50% of the remaining vote to catch up. And so in this county, that's gold. That's gold. That means as these new votes came in this Republican county, the Masters campaign can say not only are we meeting, but we are exceeding what we need percentage-wise as we get it. And that's what you need to do. In the blue counties, the Democrats need to overperform what they need. In the red counties, the Republicans need to overperform what they need. And if you're Blake Masters against a smaller county, there are way more votes still to come in Phoenix, more votes still to come in Maricopa is the Phoenix here. Pima County is Tucson in the suburbs. There are more votes down here. So when you're the Republicans, we just saw Carrie Lake and now Blake Masters in these smaller red counties, that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do.
And we're about to get, I'm told, a huge number of votes coming in from the largest county in Arizona, Maricopa County, and that will make a difference, presumably, on what's going on right now. As soon as those votes come in, we'll share them with our viewers, John, so don't go too far away. Coming up, a closer look at how Republican candidates who denied President Biden's 2020 victory have fared in some of the key races across the country. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Let's take a closer look now at how election deniers did in some key races for Secretary of State. In Michigan, the incumbent Democrat Jocelyn Benson won against an election denier, Christina Caramo, who claimed she witnessed fraud as a poll challenger in 2020. She got former President Trump's endorsement before the statewide convention that won her the nomination. Similar story in Minnesota, where incumbent Democrat Steve Simon beat out a Republican, Kim Crockett, who also earned Trump's endorsement, calling the 2020 election rigged. In New Mexico, the incumbent Democratic Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse Oliver, defeated a Republican, Audrey Trujillo, who publicly questioned President Biden's 2020 win. We're also following two major Secretary of State races that we have not yet called in Arizona, awaiting new vote numbers. The race between the Republican Mark Finchem and the Democrat Adrian Fontes remains undecided. Finchem is a state representative and a strident backer of Trump's lies about the election. He's also a self-proclaimed member of the far-right extremist group, the Oath Keepers. In Nevada, we are following the still undecided race between Republican Jim Marchant and the Democrat Cisco Aguilar. Marchant denies that President Biden legitimately won the 2020 election and claims that top congressional Democrats have been installed by what he calls the deep state cabal. There you go. Let's hear Finchem and Marchant in their own words.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know it, and they know it. Donald Trump won.
President Trump and I lost an election in 2020 because of a rigged election. I've been working since November 4th, 2020 to expose what happened. And what I found out is horrifying. And when I'm Secretary of State of Nevada, we're going to fix it.
Let's get more on all this with our team I mean, this was a strong rebuke of election denials, in a lot of states that we saw.
I think so. I mean, I really do think this is a big part of the dynamic. I think this is part of the fabric that people were rebelling against. Now, there were big efforts that went into these Secretary of State races. There's an organization called I-Vote that has spent millions and millions of dollars in these Secretary of State races against these election deniers. But this guy, Fincham in Arizona, was the guy who, in the state House, who faced down Rusty Bowers, the Speaker of the House, who stood up to Trump and Giuliani and all those folks on the whole issue of election denial. And he was leading the charge on the other side of it. So he has a deep, rich history in this. And think how dangerous that is.
I mean, yeah, go on.
Well, Carrie Lake, we sort of have to see how that turns out. She's kind of the leader of election deniers, one of the most famous ones. And she has said that if she doesn't win, the election was rigged, et cetera, et cetera. So, she's kind of symbolic of that. And if she wins, I think it would give a little momentum. I mean, Secretary of State's, according to CNN, 12 Republican nominees were election deniers and 4 won.
Being an election denier to the extent that Fincham was and a few of these other, Mastriano, some of these real extremists, it's not a platform that has appeal beyond a small number of people. And so could you ride it to victory in a primary? Maybe. But when you get into a general election and you look at our exit polls and you see what the concerns of the American people were, if you're a Republican, maybe it was inflation and immigration and crime. If you're a Democrat, maybe it was abortion and other things. These are serious issues that everybody's dealing with every day. And then you're out here running on some niche thing that a small group cares about. And at that, most of the time when you're talking about it, you sound crazy. And so we were just talking in the break. This election rewarded a lot of incumbents, a lot of people with experience. And you said, David, and this was a good word, it was like a stability election. And if you're out here ranting about this stuff, it's the opposite of stable.
Well, and Governor Kristen Sununu of New Hampshire, who won handily last night, but then down ballot Republicans who were election deniers in New Hampshire lost, said it very well to Jake Tapper last night, where he said, we can deal with policy, but we need to fix crazy right now. And I think that this was a pro-governance election. It's not really a pro-Biden. It's definitely anti-Trump, but it's really, we just want things to work and we want to chase the crazy to the sidelines where they should be.
I think one of the most important developments is the most normal one. Concessions. People who lost conceded that they had lost. I think more than anything else, that is squeezing some of the crazy out. Because you have people who are Republicans, and however Trumpy they were or not Trumpy they were, you have a lot of people who are actually standing up and saying, "I lost and it's okay." I think that's a sign of some
and
help.
I was going to say in Pennsylvania, Mehmet Oz on Monday night, or excuse me, on Wednesday morning, did what normally happens in elections, right? You call your opponent, you shake his hand, you say, "Tough race, congratulations," right? And so that used to be normal. And so I think that should be celebrated in this current
There's an
environment.
overhang on this whole election. Like, I'm of the firm belief that we're still trying to recover from what that pandemic did to us. I think there's a sense that things have been sort of out of control. And I think that's true in our politics, and I think that's true in our lives. And so it makes sense that people, they don't want crazy. They want stable. I think
those independent voters, by the way, if you look again, go back to the independent voters, which broke for Republicans, I think broke for Democrats instead of Republicans. I think they broke for stability. They broke in favor of, against the election deniers. They broke in favor of stability.
I think that has a lot to do with the high turnout. We were just talking about this. We're all applauding high turnout. It's great, it's great. But I think what's going on is that people are afraid of the other side. And so they're turning out of fear, because there's a fear on one side that the election deniers are going to ruin democracy and get rid of it. And, there's a fear on the other side that the Democrats are going to, bring socialism here, and that's going to be the way the country runs, and the economy will never get better.
One of the things, I'm sorry, Alyssa, one of the things is we are so polarized that these independent voters actually become very important, because the Democrat gets 96% of the Democratic vote, the Republican gets 96% of the...
And if there's one person who I hope is hearing this, it's Kevin McCarthy, who may be overseeing one of the slimmest majorities in House Republican recent history. It's not a mandate for wild conspiracies, for bringing everything to a screeching halt, to investigate people and to subpoena everyone from the Biden administration. Do legitimate oversight. That is absolutely the role of Congress. But this is a mandate for working across the aisle, for getting things done, and for taking the temperature down.
But you won't get there without making concessions to have to do those things in order to be
That's
speaker.
the
Let's
issue.
see what they are.
Explain why that is.
Well, because, and he's got, right now, yeah, it's math. Right now, he's currently going around, right, meeting with Freedom Caucus folks, different members coming in saying, if you want my vote, here's what I'd like. I want to impeach, Mayorkas. I want to do these things. I want this done, or you're not getting my vote. And he doesn't have many votes to not get.
This is the irony here is that as Democrats, we're glad we didn't lose a bunch more seats. From a political point of view, that's great. But from a governing point of view, if you're going to have the Republicans in charge, it'd be better for a bunch of them to be in charge because then the lunatic fringe is smaller comparatively.
Well, one of the rules they're trying to put in, by the way, and trying to get McCarthy to agree to, is this idea that you could vacate the chair every time you get mad about something, which, if you watch what's going on in Great Britain right now, which is musical chairs on prime, that's what they want to do to the U.S. House. It's crazy.
Yeah. Coming up, more votes from critical Arizona. The state's largest county is preparing to release new numbers. We're told some surprising information from the exit polls about why Democrats beat expectations in some key races. Our special coverage continues in a moment.
Welcome back. America's choice to control Congress for the next 2 years is up in the air tonight, but we are getting some new information about why Democrats did better than expected in some critical races. Let's go straight to CNN's David Chalian for a closer look. David?
Hey, Dana. So what we've done here is sort of go battleground state by battleground state to look at how candidates did, specifically Democratic candidates, among voters who told us they somewhat disapprove of Joe Biden's job performance. So just think about this. These are people who say, I somewhat disapprove of Joe Biden's job performance. 51% of them vote for Fetterman, 42% for Oz. Look in New Hampshire. You'll see even a greater disparity. 72% of these somewhat disapprovers of Joe Biden actually voted for Maggie Hassan, the Democrat, only 25% of them for Dem Hold. In Nevada, which obviously is a much closer race and one that we haven't called yet, and you see it here too. So among that crowd of somewhat disapprove of Joe Biden, 47% still go with the Democrat, Catherine Cortez Masto. 44% of them go with Adam Laxalt. And in Georgia, which we know is going to that runoff on December 6th, 50% of those somewhat disapprovers of Joe Biden went for Raphael Warnock, 44% for Walker, 5% for Oliver. Dana.
David, thank you so much. So going back to what Mitch McConnell said in the summer, candidates matter, dissing his own candidates. This is bearing out in the exit polls that if the candidates were better from the perspective of Republicans and obviously the perspective of voters, things could have been different in these key states.
I think that is definitely the case. But I also think there's even more going on here than just the candidates themselves. I think this environment has been unusual pretty much the entirety of this year. Gas prices at record highs, the economy in a state of inflation and headed toward a recession. And yet Democrats generically have been performing better than the president, and it's because of this factor that David just explained. And I think some of that has to do with the idea that a lot of people, there's actually a huge swath of the electorate that's just kind of so-so about Joe Biden, and they're making their decisions kind of independent of that. That was not always the case with someone like Trump, who was extremely polarizing, but Biden just has a lot of people feeling like, and those people are making decisions separate and apart from how they feel about it.
Yeah, no, I think that it's clear that there are so many people out there who don't really love the job Biden's doing. You see it, it's obvious in the approval rating. But to your point, it's clear, and I think this does have to do with Trump, and I think that this is something McConnell really understands instinctively, that Trump has lost Republicans a ton of winnable elections, which is that people just trust Republicans less right now. They might be unhappy with Biden, but they remember, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Trump was president. He's still in and out of the news all the time. He was hosting rallies in these swing states right up until the end, reminding people like, hey, this is the kind of chaos that you voted out a couple years ago. Like, maybe you should be careful about bringing it back.
I can't believe you didn't use the term normie. I'm really disappointed, Katie.
Here I am.
Casey. Jamie will help you out.
But I'm old school. I'll just say normal. This is, I was talking to a senior Republican official tonight who was talking once again about, can we wrestle the party back from Donald Trump? Can we be normal again? And he said to me, no one wants to run into a brick wall on purpose. And I think with some of these voters, that's exactly what you're seeing. They want normal. They want competent. There are a lot of centrists out there, and they're willing to put aside that they may not be crazy.
I'll just add one more thing, just to what Jamie's talking about, that some strategists have suggested to me in the last couple of days, we haven't talked about the attack on Paul Pelosi and how that was a jolt, a real jolt in this midterm cycle. And what happened in the aftermath of that, seeing so many Republicans, including some people who've tried to present themselves as normal, like a Glenn Youngkin, going out there and being callous and kind of leaning into the nastiness of it. And people on both sides of the aisle have raised that to me as one of the few things in the last couple of weeks of this midterm cycle that was a real moment in this cycle that broke through to people, and the reaction of the Republican Party largely, which was muted in their condemnation and in some cases joking about it, and then Trump joking about it, did not help.
Yeah, no, that's such a good point. And we should say that Glenn Youngkin apologized later and then wrote a handwritten letter to the speaker apologizing, saying that he was out of line. But it does remind us that, when we look back at the big sweep elections in the first midterms of the first term of a president, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, even Bill Clinton, they were voting for, I'm just going to keep using your terms, normies. They were voting for, they were voting in 2010, there was the Tea Party, but the Tea Party, they were for something very specific, which is lowering government spending. Now it's, do you want to have somebody who is for truth? And, maybe they don't have the same philosophy as you, but they are sort of living on planet reality as opposed to some of their alternatives to vote for.
I think people are saying, and certainly when I talk to some voters who, I do this thing when I go out on the campaign trail called the Walmart parking lot test, right? Go out to pick your big box mart store, right, and just talk to people, see what they say. And you tend to get people who are more engaged in politics if you're in New Hampshire than if you are in Arkansas. It depends on the place exactly. But one of the things that really changed and has changed over the 15 or so years I've been doing this is how angry and disillusioned everybody seems to be on all sides of the aisle. And what I take from that is that, people don't really want to have to worry about whether the government is sort of functioning on a basic level. They don't want to have to be stressed out about it all the time.
That's true. I found that too. But usually that anger and that disillusionment is taken out on pick your Democrat, because that's the weapon that they have, and it didn't happen.
Well, but I think
as much. It happened some, but not as much.
We did talk about this much of this year, but the reality is that Republicans were running against the economy, but not really running on anything as it relates to the economy. I mean, given all the different factors that could have played into this, you have to imagine when voters are deciding, okay, do we really think that they're going to do something about it? They didn't actually present a plan. And to this day, I don't think we know really what the plan would have been or would be to address inflation and costs. And I don't think that helped either.
I just think people really still blame Trump and the Republican Party by extension, because the Republican Party, who was it? Was it Governor Hogan who said he felt like he was on a lifeboat by himself until these election results? Like, people, the 2020 election, as much as we are absolutely a 50-50 country and it was close by almost any metric, it actually wasn't. Voters handed Democrats control of the White House, control of the House, and narrow control of the Senate. And I don't think that they've forgotten the things that they knew back then.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, coming up, new details on the closely watched races in Arizona and Nevada. We're standing by for new vote counts. This is election night in America. Continued.
Right now, we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at the vote counting in Arizona as we await a big new round of results from the state's largest county, Arizona, one of two Western battlegrounds with considerable power to shape the ongoing fight for control of the United States Senate. We're following all the undecided races and the stakes for both parties as election night in America continues. I'm Wolf Blitzer back in the CNN Election Center. We're standing by to see if there are any new shifts in those key races as more votes come in from the pivotal battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada, those states home to two undecided Senate races that are crucial to determining the final balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Right now, Democrats hold 48 seats in the U.S. Senate. Republicans have 49. That's two seats short of the 51 they need to win majority control of the Senate. The fight for control of the House of Representatives also remains undecided right now. Remember, 218 seats are needed to win the majority in the House. Democrats just won some more House seats. They now have 195. Republicans are holding 209. 31 House seats remain undecided. They're still in play right now. To win House control, Republicans must win 7 seats in those competitive contests that are still playing out right now. Republicans very optimistic about their prospects since they are currently leading in 11 races. Democrats have more of an uphill fight. They must win right now. They must win 21 competitive seats to hold on to the House. They are currently leading in 16 races. Right now, our correspondents are standing by in Arizona and Nevada first. Let's go to Kyung La in Arizona first. Kyung, we're closing in on getting some new results from Arizona right now. I know they're working on it right behind you. What's the latest?
Yeah, they've been working 14, 18-hour shifts a day to try to get through what the Board of Supervisors is calling just a historic number of early ballots that were returned on Election Day. So, and these early ballots also received just before Election Day. So it's a tremendous amount, and they're working through them as quickly but as accurately as possible. What we are waiting for in just 1 hour, we are going to get another picture into how this race stands, the U.S. Senate race as well as a critical governor race here in Arizona. Approximately 60,000 plus votes will be released. These are votes from Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday. We should get a bit more of a picture of how those early ballots before Election Day are going to fall. But Wolf, it is very important to note that these are not the same day Election Day votes. That is also going to give us a different picture. But what we are looking for in the next hour or so is to get a better idea of where these races stand. Wolf?
Huge number expected very, very soon. Kyung La in Phoenix, Arizona. Forrest, thank you very much. We'll get back to you quickly. Gary Tuckman is in North Las Vegas, Nevada for us right now. We expect some new numbers to come in from Nevada as well, right?
That's right, Wolf. We're one state north of Arizona, and we're expecting a similar thing to happen here. Updated results at any time. We've been promised once a night there will be updated results. We haven't been told exactly what time, but we anticipate it will be soon because it was exactly this time last night that we got the results. There are still tens of thousands of votes to be counted in Nevada's 17 counties, including this one, Clark County, the most populous county in the state. About 3/4 of Nevadans live here. This building behind me is where we were just inside a short time ago. The tabulating is still going on. We're not allowed to show live pictures inside there because of security reasons. We are allowed to tape pictures. We're also not allowed to show the faces of the workers inside for those security reasons. But we know, we've been told today, that there are at least 63,000 ballots still to be counted in this county alone. It includes 50,000 ballots that were either mailed in or put in drop boxes on Election Day on Tuesday, and then another 5,500 provisional ballots and 7,100 ballots that need to be cured. Those are ballots that sometimes don't have signatures. People are called, give us your signature, and then the ballot will be counted. But either way, there's still a lot of ballots to count. Two very close, high-profile races, the Senate race and the gubernatorial race. Tomorrow's Veterans Day, but the tabulators will be here tomorrow like it's any normal workday because ballots are allowed to be mailed in until Saturday as long as they're postmarked by Tuesday, so they will be counting through Saturday no matter what.
Yeah,
Wolf?
And those results could be determined. They could determine the winner. Gary Tuckman in North Las Vegas for us. Let's go over to David Chalian right now. So, David, you're taking a closer look at Nevada, the Senate race in Nevada, and what each campaign needs to do.
Yeah, and first with the total outstanding vote statewide, you see there, our estimate is that approximately 120,000 votes are still outstanding statewide. Now, Gary Tuchman just said 63,000 in Clark County alone, Las Vegas area there. So half of this is in Clark County, which will be key to watch. But what the decision desk did here at CNN was sort of calculate what each candidate would need to win, what percentage of that outstanding vote in order to win this race. So Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democratic incumbent, who is currently behind in this race, she would need 53 to 56% of the remaining 120,000 votes, roughly, in Nevada, in order to win this race. Adam Laxalt, who you know, Wolf, is ahead in this race, he needs a smaller percentage. He only needs between 41 and 44% of the remaining votes. But obviously, since such a huge chunk of the outstanding vote is from Clark County, this percentage, 53 to 56%, is not entirely out of the realm of possibility for Catherine Cortez Masto. So that's why we got to count more votes before we can see which way this race will fall.
David Chalian, thank you very much. Let's go back to John King. He's with me over here at the Magic Wall right now. You're tracking these votes that are coming in Arizona and Nevada right now. These are crucial.
Right, and to David's point, it's possible for Senator Cortez Masto because the bulk of the outstanding votes are here, Las Vegas and the suburbs around it. That's Clark County. Why do we keep saying it's possible? Because this is more than 73% of the statewide population. How much of the voting percentage will it be? We don't have an exact number on that yet, but it'll be 70% roughly in that ballpark, maybe a little higher, of the voting population, depending on turnout. So this is the bulk of the election here, and so that's why we want to wait. And if you come out to the statewide numbers, she is behind 15,000, just shy of 16,000 votes. So as David just laid out, her math is more difficult, but it is still well within reach. Let's go to Arizona for a second. I just want to show you, we've gone through this now. Senator Kelly's lead is now 104,570 votes. It was 85,000, I think, when I came to the office today. It's grown a little bit as some smaller results have come in. Kyung just noted we're waiting for Maricopa County. Again, just like Nevada, this will most influence the final outcome because Maricopa County is 61, a little more than 61% of the statewide population. So it's going to be 6 in 10 or more of the votes cast in the state of Arizona are going to come from here. We'll know the final number soon. But every vote counts, right? So we want to come down here, Santa Cruz County. Let's move over to the corner here. I want to bring up the blackboard because I just want to show you something here as we go. You see, Cochise County is a Republican county, right? You see it play out there. So I want to give you some votes. And I want to show you where sometimes good news can be not so good news. In the new report in the governor's race here that just came in a little bit ago, Katie Hobbs got 1,426. Kari Lake got more. It's a modest number of votes, but 1,513. So that's 49% if you round up. It's 48.5. And this is, I'll give it 52. It's 51.5. So let's do the same roundup and give it to 52. I want to go to the Senate race real quick. Excuse me for turning my back at home. I know I just want to get these numbers right when I turn them in here. 1,488 for Senator Kelly. That's 50%. And 1,387. You see, very competitive. This is one vote report. So this is not a statewide number. It's one vote report. And that's 47%. So now I want to show you why I said sometimes good news or encouraging news. Kari Lake got more votes. That's good news, right? Sure, it's good news, but I just want to bring this down a little bit. Let me bring this down on top of this one. This is a Republican county that Donald Trump carried by 20 points, right? So in a Republican county, Donald Trump carried by 20 points. You do not want to be roughly splitting the vote. 52, 52, it's 51-49. I rounded up here, so someone at home is saying that's 101. I rounded up the numbers here because of the smaller percentages. But you see right here in the raw numbers, that's more votes. You always want more votes, but this is a county Donald Trump carried by 20 points. So in this county, you want to be, you need a much more lopsided number. Same here. In this county that Donald Trump carried by 20 votes, this is just one vote report. This is not the county. As you see, countywide, the Republican candidate is leading. But as later votes come in and you have a smaller pool of votes available to count, David laid out, Blake Masters needs bigger math statewide. Let me come out to the statewide numbers so you understand the point I'm making here. He's trailing statewide. So in areas that are red on the map, you need to run it up. That's simply how it works. The Democrats are likely to win the blue counties. Republicans need to win the red counties. Those red counties are smaller, so they need bigger margins to offset the bigger blue counties. And in this particular one vote report, he's leading in this county, but that's simply not good enough. That makes his math, every time he comes in under 50, whether it's a big vote report or a small vote report, every time Blake Masters comes in under 50, it makes his math harder. Doesn't mean it's over, but every report that comes in makes it more difficult, and you see the numbers there, 104,570. We have a ways to go. We have some more votes in Pima County, larger county, but notice the blue. It doesn't mean the votes that will come in will favor the Democrat, but this is a county Joe Biden carried by 20 points. Maricopa County, much more votes here, and also a much more competitive county. This is a county that Joe Biden carried by just a little over 2 points. So this is the more competitive county. It is blue. Senator Kelly is winning. Katie Hobbs is winning by a slightly smaller margin. We don't know that that's how the votes still to come will come in. But to the point David keeps making about the percentages, I just showed you, a modest number of votes from a Republican county, and the math simply, those percentages were simply not large enough for the Republicans. They need to do better the next time.
And there's still a huge number of votes that we anticipate coming in fairly soon from Maricopa County.
Right, and again, you look at the percentages, right? We lay out what do they need to catch up, right? It's more important to look at the percentage of the, or you can look at it either way you want, I guess. But from our perspective, we look at, okay, in this case, Kari Lake is trailing, but not by much. That's a very competitive race, right? She's very well in the hunt here. So what does she need every time? So every time you get one where she doesn't meet that percentage, guess what? That means the percentage gets larger. And so that's why you look at them, even if it's 1,300, 1,500 votes. But you're right. We're waiting for a lot more votes right here. Tens of thousands of votes still to be reported in Maricopa.
In that state, Maricopa County that we're watching right now. We're standing by for new vote totals coming in from both Arizona and Nevada. They're coming in very, very soon. We'll update you as soon as we get them. This is critical. We'll be right back. As we anticipated, new numbers are coming in, important new numbers coming in from both Arizona and Nevada right now. John, you got the numbers.
Let me go to the Senate race. That's the one we're watching most closely. Not that the governor's race doesn't matter. But let me bring up, we have some new numbers. This is what we've been waiting for. It's the largest county, and it's the largest place of outstanding votes. Clark County right here. So let me just pull up a chalkboard here and make it easier to do this here. Let's bring this up right here. All right, you have Senator Cortez Masto. She's the Democratic incumbent. You see her on the top. Blake Masters is the Republican challenger. He is trailing. These votes have just come in. It's a decent number of votes. Now, there are tens of thousands of votes out, so this is not going to get you to the finish line by any means. But 7,480 votes in Clark County, 4,195 votes for Adam Laxalt in this. So that's 61%, and that's 34%. And so you're looking at these votes right now. And again, so in Clark County, she was running at 52% if you round it up. He was running at 46% if you round it up. In this one new installment, there are others to come, right? But this is what you're looking for in a campaign. And if you're with us in 2020, you watch us go through this math, right? So she's at 52. She wants whether it's 10 votes coming in or 11,000 votes coming in and change, 11,500 votes and change coming in, you want to be in the lead. She's getting 61%. That is encouraging news for the Cortez Masto campaign. And this makes his math harder. And that's simply straight up. You see that right there. So this is one drop, but it's 11,500 votes and 11,600 votes and change if you add that up right there. She was at 51%. Let me come out to the statewide number, which is more important. He was leading statewide. So now what you have is she is gaining, right? She is trailing statewide. She gets these votes. That's at a higher percentage than she needs. Now, she needs that consistently throughout the night. She needs in the 50s. She's getting 61.
This gap is really narrow.
Yes, that gap narrows.
671 Laxalt ahead of Catherine Cortez.
Right, because let's go through. It's narrowing. You make a point because let's go through some other counties as we go through it here. I'm just going to erase this and close it out. We also got some votes. Let me move the map up a little bit here so you can see. This might take 2 steps because it's a little hard. Come up here and you go over to Carson City. It's a smaller county. Again, this is a smaller county, 83% of the vote in, but let me bring this up. We just got some votes from, let me make sure I have the right ones here. Okay, this is Carson City, Nevada. So we just got these votes in. Again, this is a much smaller report. The Democratic incumbent getting 928 votes to 625 votes. Again, she is trailing. So whenever she comes in, she wants to, in the new installment, she wants to be ahead. And again, at home, I'm sorry for turning my back. I know it's rude, but we want to get these numbers right and make sure we get it right. So 38% here. And again, so you look at this, though, there's a couple ways to look at this. Number one, let's look at the county. All right, Carson City. We're looking at Carson City here. It's Republican, 11-point Republican. That's how Donald Trump carried it by 11 points, right? So in any installment, whether it's 20 votes or 10,000 votes, a Democrat getting more votes in this county is good news for the Democrat because it's a Republican county. You see Senator Laxalt, I'm sorry, Adam Laxalt, the Senate, related to Senator Laxalt's family from the past, but Adam Laxalt at 53% in this county. In this report, Cortez Masto at 56%, simple math at home. This is good for her. She's making up ground in this county. So then you pull it out to the statewide level, and that's why she's making up ground there. Because as you go through these reports and you go through, in a place that traditionally votes Republican, and again, the final he's still leading in that county. The final results, he may be leading in that county. But in this installment, she is making up ground and meeting the number. This is it. This is what you're going to look at every time. Is she getting the percentage of votes she needs in the end, if she keeps getting it to narrow the gap? That is in excess of what she needs. So this is good news as we move it up she's the incumbent senator trailing in the race right now. Can she make up all the ground? That's why we're going to count all the votes. But that is encouraging news for her there. I think I'm going to look. I think we have one more here. We do. We do. So let's just bring up here. Let me bring up on the map one more time for Nevada Senate to go through it. This is a much smaller vote total, but we were just showing you two where you had Cortez Masto gaining. But look at this. This is Elko County. Again, much smaller vote total. But 308, 29%. 689, 65% if you round that up. So again, this is a much smaller county, and it's a much smaller installment of votes, but this is the seesaw and the back and forth, right? In the Laxalt campaign, that meets his test. The issue is this is much smaller. You want to meet your test in every single one of these reports. He didn't make it with a larger pool of votes. He does make it here. This is the challenge as these come in. Sometimes you get a couple hundred votes. This is just, this is 1,000 votes, just shy of that. Sometimes you get them large and small, but in the campaigns, they're doing the same math we're doing. What percentage do we need? Now that this is in, what percentage do we need? I just want to come over here because we also have a couple of new votes in Arizona. Let me make sure I get this right. Okay, we're going to come to Pinal County, which is right below Phoenix here. And so, again, this is the Senate race, right? So this is a Republican county that Donald Trump carried by 17 points. Let's bring up the Senate blackboard here so we can get it right, and let's move it up here. All right, so watch this. So 39, 25, 4404. The nuns are not going to be happy with that. Handwriting. 52, they're especially not going to be happy with that. So 52-46, right? So in this county, let me move this down. A narrow victory for the Republican in this vote installment in a county, though, that Donald Trump carried by 17 points. So that right there, that's 6 points. That's 6 points, right? Now, he's leading in this county. He has 54%. He's running at 54% in this county. In this one, he came in at 52. So he's matching what he's getting in the county. It's good. It's good. It's good you're making up ground, right? He has more votes than him. Politics is simple math. It's arithmetic. The challenger has more votes than the leader. That means he's catching up. But is that enough to catch up to this when you come out to the statewide gap? That's the issue. Again, that was a little bit higher, so he's made up some ground. The question is, as you make up ground, are you making up enough? Is that percentage meeting the test that you need? And you need to get it in the biggest counties, and that's Maricopa and Pima. But you need to, when the small ones come in, Wolf, you need those too. Literally, in a race like this, it sounds like a cliche, but every vote does count, and every percentage counts.
Let's not forget, if the Democrat were to win the Senate seat in Arizona and the Democrat were to win in Nevada, they would be the majority in the U.S. Senate.
And so let's come out to the full Senate map to make the point you're making here. As we come back out, and we just,
And this is why we're here talking about these votes. It's so critical right now.
Right. These are the three uncalled races, right? So if you come off the map and you look at the Senate right now, it's 50-50 if you count Georgia. And if you count that lead, right? If you count that lead, but if you want to do it on this map, this is why 3 nights after election night, the stakes are so high here. Let's just look at the races that we have called. This is where we are. Republicans have 49 seats. Democrats have 48 seats. Those numbers, they will not go down. That's what they have now. The question is, can they go up? Democrats need only 50, right? Because they have the Vice President of the United States. We're not going to know this until December 6th and the count after. Right? And so you make the point. Senator Kelly is leading here right now. Over 100,000 votes. If you're in his campaign, you're somewhat optimistic, but you have to keep counting. That would get Democrats to 49. The Republican is leading here right now. That would get Republicans to 50. Republicans need 51, right? So if in this scenario, Republicans would still need Georgia. Because in this scenario, if Democrats win Georgia, it's a tie again, like it is right now. And the vice president breaks the tie. If she keeps closing the gap and can take the lead, then the Democrats can get to 50 with Arizona and Nevada, and then Georgia is a trophy. It's critically important to the people of Georgia. You'd rather have 51 than 50, but that would be the challenge. So how much Georgia matters? Of course it does. It's a big state, and it's a big Senate race. But how much it matters depends on the outcome of these two western states.
As you point out, if it's 50-50, the vice president of the United States is the president of the Senate. She breaks the tie, and the Democrats continue to be the majority.
Right. If it's 51, she gets to leave town a little bit more often. She doesn't have to be there to break the tie.
We're awaiting new votes coming in from Arizona right now, where hundreds of thousands of votes are still uncounted, plus some new projections to make in minutes. We'll be right back. We have two projections to make in the U.S. House of Representatives right now. In California's 40th District, Republican Congresswoman Young Kim has won a second term in office. She was first elected in 2020 and was one of the first Korean-American women elected to the U.S. Congress. Our other new projection right now, Montana Republican Ryan Zinke is coming back to Congress. He served 2 years in the House before joining the Trump cabinet as the Interior Secretary. He will now be heading back to the House of Representatives. So let's take a closer look at the state of play for control of the House right now. With these two new CNN projections, Republicans have won 211 seats. They're just 7 away from taking over control, the majority in the House of Representatives. Let's go back to Dana Bash for more. Dana?
Thank you so much, Wolf. And I want to bring in David Chalian to talk about what we're seeing in Nevada in that Senate race. It looks as though the incumbent Democrat has the ability to pull ahead there. But David, let's get the kind of context that only you, David Chalian, can bring us.
Well, thanks, Dana. But no, John was taking in the Nevada vote that you just saw, and he was showing the Clark County breakdown of the vote that came in, you saw that among that batch of votes from Clark County, Catherine Cortez Masto won 61% in that batch. Well, look here. That is well above her need number. So after those votes were counted, 105,000 votes remain uncounted in Nevada, Dana, okay? And Catherine Cortez Masto's need of the remaining vote is in a range here, because these are estimates, so this is just a range between 53 and 56%. Well, in that big batch, she just got 61%, well over the need range of where she is. So if she keeps performing like that as votes come in, that would signal to you, hey, she can make up some ground here. Adam Laxalt, his number's lower. He only needs about 41 to 43% of what's out there because he's ahead in the race right now. If he gets that, he'll be able to hang on to that lead, Dana.
Okay, thank you, David. And as David was talking, I got a text from somebody in Cortez Masto's camp saying that they are cautiously optimistic given the trends that we just reported that we're seeing with Clark County, which, of course, is the most populous county in Nevada. It's where Las Vegas is.
Yeah, and I think Democrats going into this week were hopeful but really nervous about this race. She was very, very vulnerable. But a couple of things that we've been seeing in the numbers, first of all, what David just described, which is that where the votes are coming from are where Democrats expect that they will do pretty well. There's that. But when we talked a little bit about this yesterday, we looked a little bit into the exit polls. One of the big concerns for Democrats with Senator Cortez Masto was whether she would hold her own with Latino voters, a huge chunk of the Democratic electorate in that state. And she largely did. She performed about as well as Biden in 2020 and about as well as the Democrat, as the Democrat 4 years ago in the other Senate race. And so I do think that she is performing, even though, I think many Democrats are still kind of white-knuckled about this race. They are very hopeful as we sit here tonight.
And they should be white-knuckled about this race because it's very close in this particular contest. But also, if you kind of look back at history, Nevada is always like this. Even Harry Reid had some nail-biter races where he won by just a few hundred votes.
Sure. And, to Abby's point, I mean, the emails that I was getting at the beginning of the night when the initial data came in on Nevada was that it was going to be Republican from top to bottom, that Cortez Masto was gone. And then as we started to learn that there was this difference in the environment than we had initially seen or thought about or been reporting for weeks, that was actually going to shift. And those same people that were telling me she had lost at 7 or 9 p.m. at night were now saying that once these batches of votes come in, they are potentially likely to win the race. I mean, they're much more confident now than they were. Now, I mean, one of the things that I think is driving this, too, is that, I mean, this was a pretty generic it was almost as much of a generic ballot test as you could get with a Senate race, right? Cortez Masto, not necessarily a character that's well known outside the Beltway for anything in particular. It's not like there were two characters like the Fetterman-Oz race or the Herschel Walker-Raphael Warnock race. And so from that perspective, that really could, the fact that frankly, a lot of the polling was wrong, a lot of the data that campaigns were using to make decisions was incorrect, could carry her.
There was a big name there, though, Laxalt. You're all too young to remember. But when I covered the Senate...
Thank you for saying that, Jamie, but no.
I did get an interesting call from another Senate race about this race, and that was from a strategist on the Herschel Walker campaign. They have been watching this very, very closely. 48 hours ago, they thought Laxalt had it. Today, I spoke to them this morning. They thought that she had.
That's such an important point, because the reason we are so obsessively focused on these two races is because it actually has an enormous amount of bearing on what the next month looks like in the state of Georgia. If Democrats hold on to both of these seats out west,
Nevada and Arizona,
it means that they've got a majority.
They control the Senate.
And they control the Senate. If they lose one, it means that Georgia will decide who controls the Senate.
I was just thinking about being out in Nevada, and I would talk to a guy who was a crossing guard, and he said, I'm not going to vote. I said, why not? He said, just because I don't trust any of these people. And I remember looking and saying, oh my gosh, they need to get all these votes out because we know how close it's going to be. All right. All eyes remain on Arizona, where the battle for the Senate and governor's mansion remain too close to call. The state's most populous county is set to release thousands of new votes in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
New numbers are in, and more are coming very, very soon from Arizona, which has turned out to be a pivotal player in this midterm election and could very well decide the balance of power in Congress. Brianna Keeler's over at the voting desk for us, tracking what's going on in Arizona right now. What are you seeing?
Well, let's talk about what remains here in Arizona. About 618,000 votes still need to be counted in the entire state. So let's look at some of these counties where we're still waiting on votes. In Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, of course, where Phoenix is, about 400,000 ballots remain to be counted. Of those 400,000, 290,000 are ballots that were dropped off at voting sites on Election Day. County officials say this was a record number, 70% higher than any previous election, and they have not started counting them yet. Counting these ballots takes longer than in-person Election Day votes because officials must verify the signatures before tabulating them. So this batch of 290,000 votes could be critical in determining who wins the gubernatorial and the Senate races in the state. Originally, officials said they expected to have 95 to 99% of these votes counted by Friday, but in an update today, they said they now expect it to take even longer. So the remaining 110,000 that we are waiting on include 90,000 early votes that were submitted before Election Day and those 17,000 votes that were cast on Election Day that were put in what is called Box 3 because they couldn't be run through the tabulators because of a printer problem. We are expecting to get some updated numbers from Maricopa County officials around 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. This batch will include those early vote ballots received Saturday, Sunday, and Monday before Election Day. And there's also a significant batch of votes left to count in Pima County. This is, of course, Arizona's second most populous county. This is where Tucson is. We got an update from officials there tonight. They say there are still roughly 120,000 ballots left to be counted, and they say it will take a few days to have final results here. The elections director telling us tonight that about 20,000 votes will be uploaded each day. Officials will continue counting through the weekend and will get through most, but not all, of the outstanding ballots by Monday, Wolf.
Good report. Thanks very much, Brianna, for that. John King is with me over here at the Magic Wall. Show us right now why Arizona is so critically important.
Well, number one, critically important to the balance of power in the Senate, in the sense that if you come back out to the full map, and you see that's 50-50. This is the current balance of power in terms of leading in the races. But in the races that we've called, it's 49-48, right? So one party, Republicans for a majority need to get to 51. Democrats only 50 because they have Vice President Harris to break the tie. So you have it right now. The Republicans have 49 seats, right? So the Republicans need two of these three, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Georgia runoff is December 6th. These will be settled in the next couple of days. It may take a couple of days before we can call them. I want to come back to a follow on that point in a minute. But so they're critical, absolutely critically important, because if the Democrats, if the Democrats can win them both, that gets the Democrats to 50. And this would be to get to 51. But if the Democrats can win both of these Western states, then they keep their majority, and this is an added number. If Republicans get one of these, they still need this. If they get both of these, that would get Republicans to 51. That's important to remember. Democrats only need 50 for a majority because of the vice president. Republicans need 51. So you always have to remember that in the context. Now, if you want to commit to the states, one of the things we're looking at, as Brianna just smartly went through the counties that are left. Do we have to wait till we get to the very last vote to call these elections? We don't know the answer to that. It depends on the margins, right? If somebody's ahead by 100,000 votes and there are only 90,000 votes to be counted, well, that's simple math you can do at home. But one of the things we look for as we go through this, and this is preliminary, I want to make clear this is preliminary. Joe Biden won this state. Joe Biden won this state. Let's go back and just show you the margin in 2020, presidential election, 10,457 votes. This is a very competitive state. This state hadn't gone for a Democrat for president since 1996. So Joe Biden won it very narrowly, right? So come forward to the Senate race now and come here. Senator Kelly leading by 104,000 votes. That makes you happy if you're a Democratic candidate, knowing how competitive this state was just 2 years ago. But we've got about a quarter of the vote to count. That's an estimate. But one of the questions you ask, and this is preliminary. So Joe Biden won it 2 years ago. Is Senator Kelly at least running equal with Joe Biden? Is he running in a way that would get him a 10 or 15,000 vote victory? Well, right now, let's look. He's overperforming Biden just about everywhere. Only down here in the southwest corner of the state is he underperforming Biden. And again, I want to stress this is preliminary. When we have 100% of the votes, then you can run that analysis as a final analysis. But right now, where we are, at the moment, Senator Kelly is running ahead of President Biden, Joe Biden, in every county, meaning he's getting a higher percentage of the vote in every county except this one, except for Yuma County in the southwest corner of the state. Right? So let's ask the question then of Blake Masters, because Donald Trump was very competitive in this state. He lost it by, we just showed you, 11,000 votes. So let's ask the other question, right? Is the Republican overperforming Donald Trump anywhere? And the answer is only in that tiny county where Joe Biden is not. So if you're looking at this map, and again, it's preliminary, if you're Blake Masters, you're underperforming in every county but one. That's not a good sign. If it stays like this till the end, he'll lose. The question is, does it stay like that till the end?
That's a good question, and we'll find out fairly soon. Stay right here with us. Arizona election officials tell us they are now set to release new vote count numbers just minutes from now. As soon as we get them, you'll know those numbers as well. Plus, is the GOP ready to move away from Donald Trump? Our special coverage continues next.
And welcome back. As we are awaiting more midterm election results, former President Donald Trump has officially revealed that he will make a, quote, special announcement on Tuesday night, a new tease of his intentions in 2024. Before we discuss with the panel, David Chalian joins us with some new insights to share from exit polls on the GOP attitude toward the former president. David?
Yeah, and Anderson, it's really interesting to note the difference between the nation overall and Republicans on Donald Trump, but also noticing a change for Donald Trump from when just 2 years ago he was president. So in the exit polls across the country, people who voted in the House of Representatives election this year, 39%, according to these exit polls, had a favorable view of Donald Trump, 58% an unfavorable. That is a significant downgrade from where he was 2 years ago when he had a 46% favorability and 52% unfavorable when he lost the presidential election. Now, among Republicans this year, 73% of Republicans still have a favorable view of Donald Trump, those that voted in this election, 23% unfavorable. And then we asked, was Trump a factor in your vote in this election? A slim majority of voters across the country, 54%, say no, Donald Trump was not a factor. But where he was a factor, he was a negative factor. 28% said they voted to oppose Trump in their vote for the House of Representatives. 16% said to support Trump. And we look at this among Republicans as well. This, I think, may be one of the most interesting numbers of the night. 62% of Republicans say Donald Trump was not a factor in their vote, a non-factor. When he was a factor for Republicans, it was more in support. 31% voted to support Trump. Only 4% of Republicans, Anderson, voted to oppose Donald Trump.
David Chalian, appreciate it. Back now with our panel. I want to read just from this statement. It's not the thing we actually have a graphic for, because I think the more interesting statement is how this statement begins, which is News Corp, which is Fox, the Wall Street Journal, no longer Great New York Post, bring back Kal is all in for Governor Ron DeSanctimonious, an average Republican governor with great public relations who didn't have to close up his state, but did, unlike other Republican governors who overall numbers for a Republican were just average, middle of the pack, including COVID, and who has the advantage of sunshine capitals, where people from badly run states up north would go no matter what, no matter who the governor was, comma, just like I did.
First of all of our high school English teachers are having a coronary right now.
But
that is the former
so,
president of the United States.
so he says he's going to make some sort of a statement,
Authentic.
whether it's I'm running for president or I will announce when I'm running for president.
I think he is really feeling the pressure right now. I don't know that they expected the level of anger that they're getting from all corners of the Republican Party after pulling that stunt against DeSantis. That's number one. Number two, I think the size of the DeSantis victory in Florida, where the president lives, that was loud. That was a loud statement, and they obviously heard it. You know, for most of his career in the Republican Party, Trump is used to being the person that is the most praised person by Republican media outlets, conservative media outlets, whatever. Today, it's DeSantis. He's the one getting all the praise. He is getting all the attention right now. And if there's one thing we know about President Trump, Alyssa and David know this very well, center of attention. That's what matters. And it's DeSantis today. So to me, all of those variables went in. That's what came out the other end of that, which is a little scary.
Please pay attention to me. But I want to, can I just make one point about this so-called special announcement? My reporting today, my colleague Kristen Holmes's reporting today, is that lots of people were trying to talk him out of running. So there is still a possibility, I believe, that this could just be a special announcement, not for the presidency or some kind of head fake or saying I'm going to announce later, or we don't know what this is. And in terms of wanting to get the attention back, that's what this is about. But we don't know. We still don't know what it is. And so, you know, we don't know.
I can predict what's happening behind the scenes right now. I mean, every prominent Republican is begging him not to do this. They have been for weeks, to hold it off till after.
Are they actually calling him?
I'm certain. I'm certain. And especially if there's a Georgia Senate runoff for the control of the Senate. Even his closest advisors, I think, are telling him this is not the time to do it. You're going to look weak. It's going to look reactionary. He, as of now, is definitely planning to do it. But with Donald Trump, nothing's definite until he does it. This may be a game time decision to go either direction, and I think it should be covered as such. But he cannot stand not having the attention on him. And I just want to note, a number of Republican governors outperformed Donald Trump. Sununu, DeWine in the states that he had won in. But it's the fact that it's in his home state in Florida and that conservative media has wrapped their arms around Ron DeSantis. He can't stand it.
By the way, I mean, isn't his daughter getting married this weekend?
Yes.
Yes.
Isn't
At Mar-a-Lago.
Isn't there something he could be doing with his family?
One would think. One would think.
I mean, I don't want to get
Listen,
personal.
I would disagree with Alyssa on just one piece. You know, judging by this publication or this message memo, whatever you want to call it, the president put out, it's clear he's not in a good mood.
This man is a student of people.
Nothing gets past this man.
No, I'm just saying, it's clear he's not in a good mood. So it'd be like putting your hand in a blender calling Donald Trump right now. So I'm not sure there's a long line of Republican, whether they're loyalists or confidants, that say they'll call somebody else. They'll make a phone call to a staffer and say, what kind of mood's the president in? And they'll say, did you see the press release? That's the kind of mood. And so they'll say, okay, I'll call him tomorrow, right? Not many people are calling him right now saying, put it off, don't put it off. I saw Jason Miller put out a statement earlier saying, recommend we wait till after the election, right? I think a lot of people are saying that, kind of try to push it out, doing the right thing. And I agree with both Gloria and Alyssa saying that he may go up there on the podium and say, change my mind, announce something completely different.
Wouldn't it look weak?
Doesn't it? Yes.
It all looks
It feels
weak,
like
though,
he's
doesn't it?
pushing. He's madly pushing all the buttons that used to work for him now.
That's right.
And they're not working. Yeah. And if he goes out there on Tuesday, having teased this thing the way he has teased it, and it's just a cannon rolls out and a flag comes out that says pop, I think that, he's in a fragile position right now. I don't think that would help him at all.
So we're just minutes away from a new batch of votes to be posted from Arizona as control of the House and Senate is hanging in the balance. Stay right here. Our election coverage continues now.
At any moment now, election officials in Arizona are expected to report thousands of additional votes in the state's largest county. What will that mean for the high-stakes races for senator and governor in Arizona? We're standing by to find out. Stay with us. The midterm election and the battle for control of the United States Congress, they are still unfolding right now. This hour, we should know more. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and this is Election Night in America continued. So far tonight, Democrats have made some gains as we've gotten new vote tallies in the critical Arizona and Nevada Senate races. We'll see if that trend holds up in the next round of results coming very, very soon. Remember, these two races should potentially decide who controls the U.S. Senate. This is the state of play in the fight for the Senate right now. Look at this. Democrats hold 48 Senate seats. Republicans have 49. That 49, that's 2 seats short of 51 that they need to win back control of the Senate. The fight for control of the House of Representatives is also undecided right now. Democrats so far have won 195 seats. Republicans just won some more seats. They now have 211 seats. This is just 7 seats short of the 218 needed to win a majority in the House. 29 House seats are still undecided as of this minute. Republicans moving closer to their goal of trying to take back the majority in the House. Let's go to Arizona first right now. CNN's Kyung La is on the scene for us. Those new vote totals, I take it, Kyung, are coming out any moment now. Is that right?
Any moment now. I keep looking at my laptop and refreshing. What our anticipation is that sometime this hour, we haven't been given an exact time, but we are hearing that this county will be releasing another tranche of votes. So this is going to give us a better picture of those early votes before Election Day. These are from Saturday night, Sunday, and Monday. So before Election Day, early votes. Now, we're expecting a drop of about 60,000 plus. We have not been given an exact number, but we're going to see it on the county website. And so far, these numbers, actually, they have just come in. They have just come in. John, if you are there, we are looking at new numbers for Mark Kelly here in Maricopa County. The current vote total out of Maricopa County is 642,691. For Blake Masters, it is 539,795. And in the race for Arizona governor, which has been very, very tight as well, Democrat Katie Hobbs at 627,778. Carrie Lake, 573,284. I'm not going to do the math here, but these races, percentage-wise, are looking fairly stable, pretty much where they were before this drop. So at least at the county level, it appears to be pretty stable. The thing that these campaigns are trying to tell us is that they anticipate that as these same day election votes come in, those votes that came in on Tuesday, there could be some more shifting. We don't know which way they're going to go, but the campaigns are certainly hoping, at least the Republican campaigns, they anticipate that it could be favorable to them. But again, we just don't know, Wolf. The percentages on those, Mark Kelly's at 53%, Blake Masters at 45%. So that is where it was before.
All right, Kyung La, good work. Thank you very, very much,
And
John.
then,
You're looking at all these numbers.
Yeah, so as far as governor, Katie Hobbs.
All right, hold on a second. Go ahead,
Katie Hobbs
Kyung.
at 52%. Okay, so Katie Hobbs at 52%, Carrie Lake at 48%. Percentage-wise, neither has changed with this latest vote total that has come out from Maricopa County. So again, the percentages have stayed the same. The numbers have risen. They've gone up. But again, the percentages have not changed.
Interesting. Important numbers indeed, Kyung. Thank you very, very much. Let's talk about these numbers. They're looking very good for Mark Kelly, the incumbent Democratic senator.
Right. That's why it's great to have reporters on the ground when these things come out. As you see, we have the numbers before. They may update while we're talking, right? They update into our system as soon as they're punched in. Everyone wants to double check the data input and all that, so they could change as we get here. But you see the difference right now. Again, raw vote total. There's Mark Kelly. This is just Maricopa County. It's not statewide. This is Mark Kelly in the county. These are the new numbers. So he grows. He's getting 53% now. he was getting 53% there. So as Kyung noted, stable, if you will. And if you're in the lead, that's fine. Of course, you'd love to build it. You'd love to build it, but what you don't want to see is it shrinking. So 53%. Blake Masters, again, the raw vote totals, he moves up from 506,503 to 539,795. This is the key. This is the key, right? 45%, that's 45%. We round up. So stability in the race as we get more votes. If you're leading, you're fine with that. Of course, you would love to grow your lead, but you're absolutely fine with that. And again, this is the largest county in the state. I just want to bring this down so you can see it here. Joe Biden just, 2.2. This is a very competitive county. Joe Biden, the first Democrat to win Arizona since 1996 for the presidency. 2.2%. Joe Biden carried the county. That's 8 points, right? That's 8 points. So Mark Kelly in Maricopa County, we don't have the final numbers yet. This is preliminary. Sorry if I keep repeating that, but it's important, especially when people out there are questioning the integrity of elections. There is no question about this count. The people doing this are professionals. They were then, they are now. But Mark Kelly, 53%, 45%. So at the moment, he's overperforming the president in the most vital county in the state. We'll see what it is in the end when they finish counting the votes. But if you're in the Kelly campaign headquarters, your main goal, keep it above 50. If you can keep it stable or grow it, that's your goal. In this vote report, he has met his goal. Let's switch to the governor's race. Let's bring this down in front here. Again, the new totals are not in yet. So you see Katie Hobbs, this is just Maricopa County. We'll go statewide in just a minute here. But 585,000 to 627,728. Forgive me, I was scribbling that pretty quickly. Again, 52% to 48%. No change in the race. If you're the leader, again, you'd rather grow it, but you're good with that. You're good with that as long as you stay ahead in the race. Kari Lake's raw vote total comes up. So the challenge here is for the candidates behind. In this case, in Nevada, it's different. The Republicans in the lead. But in Arizona, with the two Republicans behind, they need to make up ground. And so when you get stable, it's just not good enough. It's just that's simple math at home.
Those are good numbers for the Democrats.
They're good numbers for the Democrats. You always love to grow, but if you're in the lead and it comes in and you don't lose ground, you're good. Yeah,
and so I'm sure Katie Hobbs and the senator are both very, very happy right now with these latest numbers.
And I just want to come out to look. See, yeah, these numbers, I do not believe these numbers have been added to this yet. And someone can get in my ear if we know that's different. But that vote total, I believe, was about the same where we were before. So again, when we input the data into the system, it gets double-checked and triple-checked. So these are the statewide numbers. They have not been added, I'm told. So essentially, what you have to do is they're both going to get additional votes. They're coming in at the same percentage, so it shouldn't change this, right? That might change it on the margins. You might see the decimal point changes, but when the new votes are added to the system, since they match what they had earlier in Maricopa County, they'll even out there as well. And again, in the senator's race, when you come statewide, it's 52-47 statewide, even though Senator Kelly is winning by a larger margin in Maricopa County. So when those numbers come in, we'll show them to you there. But both Democratic campaigns are happy. Period. That's the bottom line.
I think you're absolutely right. Kyung, I understand you're getting some new information on how many votes in Maricopa County actually came in today?
We're getting that as well as what the picture looks like ahead. So these are very important numbers if you are trying to keep track of what's happening here in Maricopa County. There were more ballots, more results released tonight than we anticipated. We were told about 60,000. We got 78,000. Just a little over 78,000 ballots were released. And this is, again, from last Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. These are early ballots before Election Day. So what is left? The 17,000 so-called Box 3, those ballots that had a little trouble at the vote centers that couldn't go through because of the printer. So those are being tabulated here. They still have to be reported. There are early ballots still left to process and tabulate. That's about 68,000 ballots. And they still have to verify some of these early ballots. There are about 29,000 of them. So there's still a lot of work left ahead. These are significant numbers still coming out of Maricopa County. It's still a bit of a road ahead before we know the actual result here.
Very interesting indeed. John, these numbers that are coming in, huge numbers, still undecided, uncounted, at least right now.
But with the 78,000, as Kyung noted, for those who are frustrated, if you're a partisan, if you're involved in this race, a citizen of Arizona, you want to know, here in Washington, everybody wants to know because this race is critical to the balance of power. People around the country who care about policy, care about who controls the United States Senate. Yes, there's still a long way to go, but it is a smaller number now than it was 5 minutes ago. So look at it that way, in the sense. And then we also get to the point, and David Chalian can do this math for us. I'm sure he's already working on it in a few minutes. Do we have to wait? They say the final numbers could be several more days. The question is, especially in the Senate race, with a 114,000 vote lead, this is just Maricopa County. This is not statewide yet. There are additional votes. But so how many votes are out, right? So if you look at, if this were statewide, 68,000, that's 99,000. I'm rounding up a little bit here. At this point here, you're getting close to the area where you can call the race, or one more vote, one or two more sets of votes, because the outstanding votes, are pretty close when you match them up there.
We're told, by the way, John, that the new numbers are now included in the statewide numbers that we're getting right now. Show us the governors.
So that's 114,894 in the governor's race. Katie Hobbs has stretched, the numeric lead stretches to 26,879. Again, the percentages are still the same. This is still a very, very competitive race, This one, a closer race. Again, so think what I was just saying about Senator Kelly. Let me just do this one more time for clarity. 115,000 if you round that up, right? 115,000. So you're doing 68 plus 30. You're at 98. I rounded that up a little bit. So you're getting close here just in Maricopa County. If this were a statewide number, you'd get into the point where you're pretty close. A couple more vote reports, you can call this race. But if you look at this one, 26,000 votes. This is just Maricopa County. Again, this is the largest pool of outstanding votes, but there are some more in Pima County, the second largest county, a few more scattered around the state, and we'll update those numbers throughout the night. But if you're Kari Lake, yes, you don't like what just happened. You don't like that in the last voting report, you were below the percentage you need to catch up, but you have plenty of opportunity, right? 27,000 vote lead if you want to round that up a little bit. These are the ballots still being checked, early votes here. Box 3 is what's called, they set them aside on Election Day. They just needed to work on them a little bit, something to do. But there's plenty of votes here. But Kari Lake, that last vote report, disappointing for her campaign. Plenty of opportunity. And this is just, again, I want to emphasize this. I'm sorry to be redundant, but people out there question these things. This is just Maricopa County. But they're narrowing. Which is the largest county. Right. But it's a smaller number than it was, again, 10 minutes ago. And that's a good thing. They're making progress. And they're working really hard at the same time. Right now, I want to bring in the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates. Mr. Gates, thanks very much for joining us. As you probably know, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Kari Lake, has election officials. She says she's accusing you and election officials of intentionally misleading and going ahead and rolling this process forward. And she's worried about the integrity of what's going on. I want you to listen to what she said.
They're dragging their feet and they're slow rolling the results and they're trying to delay the inevitable. This is just an embarrassment. And the people of Arizona are sick and tired of elections being run like we're in some banana republic. I have very little faith in some of the people that are operating that Maricopa County elections. I think they're incompetent.
Mr. Gates, I want your reaction to what we just heard.
Well, Wolf, thanks for having me. And it's really sad to hear that we have the Republican nominee for governor here in Arizona who's talking like that. I think, the votes that were just released, 78,000, that doesn't happen magically. It happens because of the people behind me, all the people here in Maricopa County elections who are working so hard. They're working 14 to 18-hour days every day. We're about to go into a holiday weekend with Veterans Day, and they're going to continue to work those kind of hours on the holiday Friday, on Saturday, and Sunday. And I understand that Kari Lake wants us to move quickly, and a lot of people do. But you know what's more important is that this is done accurately. That is the focus. And that, like for all of these mail-in ballots, that those are signature verified. This is very important to me as an elected official, that only eligible people, only eligible votes are counted. I would think that Kari Lake would be interested in that as well. That's something that I ran on the Board of Supervisors. I support ID at the polls. And all those things, they might take a little bit more time, but it ensures that only those eligible people are voting.
Mr. Gates, it's John King. I just want to follow up on that, and thank you for your time. I know you're incredibly busy, and I know I've been to your office. It's been a few years, but I've been to that spot. I've been to offices like yours all around the country, and these are honest, hardworking people who don't get paid enough money doing the work of democracy. But to Kari Lake's point, I just want you to explain, number one, you're a Republican. I want our viewers to know that. The Republican candidate for Arizona governor is questioning the integrity of a local Republican official who has proven he knows what he's doing and his team knows what he's doing. But I just want to, when she says that on television, I asked your colleague in Pima County this earlier, and I want to say it again. In that room behind you, Kari Lake has representatives who have eyes on everything that is happening, correct? So if she had if they saw anything specific that they could raise questions about, she would be able to say, I saw X, as opposed to, I accuse them of things with absent zero information. Sorry to ask a long question, but to me it's important that we show transparency. There are Democratic and Republican campaign representatives behind that glass behind you who are watching everything that's happening.
So, John, that's a great question, and you're right. There are Republicans and Democratic eyes on everything through the process, and I actually know this from personal experience, because before I was elected to the Board of Supervisors, I actually used to be a Republican lawyer who would come down here and observe this. Back in the 2006 race, it was a close congressional race between J.D. Hayworth and Harry Mitchell. I was down here for days after Election Day. That's what we do. That is essential to the process. We could not do what we're doing here today and have been doing for the past few days if we're not for the Democrats and the Republicans who have eyeballs on everything.
Yeah, excellent point. Chairman Gates, when will we see the first of the, 290,000 same-day drop-off ballots?
Yes, we should start to see those tomorrow, I believe. We'll start seeing those come in. Again, that 290,000 mail-in ballots that were dropped off on Election Day on Tuesday, that's the most ever we've had on Election Day. And in fact, it broke the previous record by 70%. So it's a lot of ballots that people are trying to process behind me, but we're going to get through it. We're going to do it on a timeline which is frankly consistent with what it takes, how long it takes us to get this done every 2 and every 4 years. So there's nothing out of the ordinary. It makes me wonder if Kari Lake has really been following elections in the past in Maricopa County.
Well, Chairman Gates, just to clarify, will we see the first of those results as early as tomorrow?
Yes.
Any idea what time?
I think I would expect again in the evening. I don't have an exact time, but tomorrow evening we should see the next release of votes.
And we'll, of course, be with you tomorrow night. We'll be watching all of this unfold because the stakes are so enormous right now. Once again, I want to echo what John told you, Chairman Gates. So we're grateful to you, all the workers who are working around the clock to get the job done. This is democracy in action right now, and we appreciate it very, very much. Thanks so much for joining us. I assume we'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, new projections we're about to make in minutes. Plus, as we wait to learn which party will control the U.S. House of Representatives, we're going to pour over the latest numbers and tell you what CNN is still looking for to actually make a call. Stay with us. All right, we have two projections to make right now in the U.S. House. In Nevada, take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Dina Titus, re-elected in a Las Vegas area district. Republicans had seen this as a potentially big pickup opportunity. She's re-elected, though, according to our projection. In Nevada, Democratic Congressman Stephen Horsford, re-elected in Nevada's 4th district as well. So let's take a closer look at the state of play for control of the House right now. There you see it right now. Right now, the Democrats have 197 Democrats, 211 Republicans. The Democrats have 4 pickups so far. The Republicans 16 pickups, 27 seats remaining right now. Let's go over to John King. Take a closer look at the House of Representatives. It's very dramatic what's going on in this battle for the House, John.
It is. So here I was just looking closely at those Nevada districts. I'll come back to them in a minute. I just want to make a quick point about them. If you look at it right now, as you know, these are the called races. This is the current state of play, 211 to 197, 218 gets you to the finish line in a House majority. So simple math, your eyes don't lie to you. Republicans are closer. Republicans are closer and very close, 7 seats away from taking the House majority and taking the Speaker's gavel away from Nancy Pelosi. And that tells you right there, doesn't that these races are not called, right? But they are ahead in more than enough races, but Republicans now have 212 seats in the House. They thought they could still get more than a 10-seat gain, but they were talking 25, 30-seat gain not that long ago. So we'll see what happens. But let's just come back to this plate here. This is the important number now. These are the races that are called. Just want to quickly touch on the 2 you just called because you noted Republicans thought they could have an opportunity. That Titus district is right here. Unemployment at the peak of COVID was 28% in Nevada. Las Vegas was so punished by the COVID pandemic. The unemployment rate has dropped down. It's below 5% now. But gas prices are $1 more than the national average out in Nevada. Republicans thought this is a place we could pick up. You see this. Joe Biden carried this district by nearly 9 points. The Republicans had these grand ambitions that we're going to beat Democrats in solid Democratic districts. It did not happen. Ran a competitive race. That's close. That's why it's so late to call it. But this is the reason that when you come out, you can find districts like that all across the country, and that is the reason. Republicans had ambitions saying we can win districts that Biden carried by 7, 8, 9 points. There are some examples of that, but way fewer than the Republicans thought, Wolf, which is why that number is right there. Again, Republicans are knocking at the door of 218 seats, and they very well could get there. The probability is they will get there. But this idea they were going to get there with a massive majority, your eyes don't lie. That's not going to happen.
It hasn't happened yet. We'll see what happens. They're in extra innings, as we say right now. We're watching what's going on. David Chalian, I understand you've done some calculation now. These new numbers that have just come in as far as the Arizona Senate race is concerned.
Yeah, to be fair, our decision desk did the actual mathematical calculations here. But we've been looking, and this is exactly what John was just talking to you about, Wolf. When that new batch of Arizona votes came in, and it benefited the Democratic candidates in Arizona. Well, what does that mean then for what the Republicans need now that there are fewer votes left outstanding? So right now in Arizona, statewide, 540,000 votes, approximately. This is an estimate, not an exact science. 540,000 votes now remain outstanding after that big batch of votes from Maricopa County. And the calculations of what is needed for each candidate are now dramatically different. Blake Masters has now moved up to a range of a need number between 58 and 60% of everything remaining. So when you watch Arizona votes come in going forward, look to see if Blake Masters is winning 58 to 60% of him, because that's what he needs. Mark Kelly's number now is down to between 37 and 39% of what's outstanding. That is all he needs when you see the votes come in of what is outstanding to maintain this position and win this race.
Then when you come here, that's why it gets so interesting. Let me just put this up here. So Blake Masters right now, forgive me for turning my back. So let's just say he needs 58%, David. That was the low end of that range, right? He needs 58%. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and move it to the low end of that range, right? And that's an estimate. It could be a little bit lower than that. It might be 57.5, it might be 57, but let's say he needs about that. Well, it just tells you he needs this with the rest of the vote. That's where he is right now. So that just tells you that's a big step. He needs to dramatically overperform how he's doing right now. And here's the additional challenge. He has to most of the votes are in these counties that are blue. Now, Maricopa County is a competitive county, but it's a Democratic county in recent years. The president, Joe Biden, carried it by 2 points 2 years ago. Let's go back. I just want to go back and look at this in 2016 and remind people what it was in the presidential race then. In the presidential race then, it was very competitive. Donald Trump carried it with 49. So here you have a county, 49% in the 2016 race, 50% in the race in the president 2 years ago. Now you come forward here. So Mark Kelly is doing better than he has to do. Blake Masters, if he needs 58% of the statewide vote, are you going to get that in Maricopa County with 61% of the remaining vote? Most of the outstanding ballots are here. It's a blue county where Senator Kelly right now is getting 53%. Blake Masters is getting 45%. Can you dramatically overperform in the remaining votes? Now, you just heard Mr. Gates tell us 200,000 or so of those votes are ballots that were dropped off. People showed up on Election Day, but their ballot was in an envelope and they dropped it off. Republicans do tend to vote more on Election Day, so it's possible. 200,000 votes, there's your statewide numbers right now, 114,000 vote lead. The math is possible, but when you look at the blue and you look at the number one blue, Kelly's getting 53% right now. In Pima, Kelly's getting 62% right now. So most of the votes are in those two counties that at the moment are blue, and where Senator Kelly is doing even better than his statewide number, and Blake Masters needs that. It's not impossible, but that's a steep hill.
A very, very steep hill, I must say, indeed. David Chalian, I understand you've also done some more calculation on all the new numbers that have come in and how they're impacting the Arizona governor's race.
Yeah, and John, I think I heard the elections officials say when you were talking 290,000 same-day drop-off, so closer to 300,000 coming from Maricopa County in terms of that same-day drop-off, which will, of course, impact the governor's race as well. So overall, our estimate, again, now after we saw that batch of votes from Maricopa County come in a little earlier, is that there are 540,000, roughly, votes outstanding in Arizona. Obviously, the biggest bulk of that will be coming from Maricopa County. Now, look at what happened here to what each candidate in the governor's race needs to win. This changed from just before that vote batch when we showed you this. So now because Katie Hobbs got to increase her lead a bit in that last batch, Kari Lake has a bit of a taller hill to climb here. She now needs between 52 and 54%, a range of what is outstanding in Arizona. And the Hobbs win percentage has gone down. It's now between 47 and 49%. Earlier, it was like they both roughly needed about half. But now you can see when those votes came in and Hobbs stretched her lead a little bit, she now has a bit of an easier task here than does Kari Lake.
Very interesting indeed. All right, we're going to continue to monitor what's going on. This is crucial right now. Coming up, we're expecting another new round of votes from Nevada. We'll share them with you as soon as they come in. Plus, Democratic governors scored major victories all across the country. The chair of the Democratic Governors Association standing by to join us live. That's next.
We expect to get new votes very soon out of Nevada. In the meantime, Democratic governors are celebrating tonight after some major victories in this midterm election. We'll just show you some of them. California, Gavin Newsom. Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. Michigan, that was a competitive one, Gretchen Whitmer. And in Pennsylvania, a very competitive one, Josh Shapiro. In Maryland, Wes Moore. And in Massachusetts, Maura Healey. And joining us now is the Democratic governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, who is the chairman of the Democratic Governors Association. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. First things first, we do have two outstanding governors' races, one in Nevada, one in Arizona. What are you seeing and hearing about the prospects of Democrats taking either or both of those?
Dana, Democratic governors had a very good night. We beat expectations and historical trends. The worst we can do is +1 in net governor's races. And if we can win Arizona and Nevada, that would be +3. Already, we have beat the midterm for any president's party in governor's races since 1986. We know, though, that Arizona is a critical state for us to flip. Katie Hobbs has been strong. She's been courageous. I believe she's going to win this race, but we're all on the edge of our seats. We know that Kari Lake has been sowing the seeds of confusion and chaos using the Donald Trump playbook. But we know, particularly with these election workers that are working so hard late at night, that this election is going to be decided by the number of votes counted, not by how loud Kari Lake screams.
Governor, it's Abby Phillip. Thank you for being here tonight. So, as you just described, you had a lot of successes last night, but particularly in the so-called blue wall of governors, Michigan and Wisconsin, picking up those governor's mansion, also in Pennsylvania as well. Given the role that those states play, especially in our presidential politics, what do you think the takeaway is, especially for Democrats, about what the direction is of those states going into the next 2 years?
With the attacks on our democracy that we've seen, governors are the last line of defense. And it was critical that we elect Democratic governors in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and we did that. When you look at what this U.S. Supreme Court, Trump-influenced Supreme Court has done in stripping away women's reproductive freedom, you know, your abortion right shouldn't be decided by your zip code, but that's where we are. So these decisions are going to be made in state capitals across the country. Having Democratic governors there can protect our rights and freedoms. And when you have somebody like Kari Lake, who is an election denier, who may very well just decide to go by the Trump playbook and ignore the popular vote of the people when it comes time to select presidential electors, it shows that it's even more critical that we elected Democratic governors in these swing states. Right now, even without having counted Arizona and Nevada, Democratic governors represent more than 54% of the United States population. That is so important right now when we have so much on the line. I think for years, Republicans have concentrated, actually for decades, they have worked hard in state and local elections. I think Democrats have not done that as well. I think with the election of Donald Trump, we've been waking up to that. The Democratic Governors Association invested 3 times the amount of money that we did in 2018 in these elections because we knew how important it was, and it turned out that we had the right formula. People knew that Democratic governors were going to protect their pocketbooks and their freedoms, and we know that they're there to protect democracy.
Governor, it's Casey Hunt. It's good to see you tonight. We've rightfully talked quite a bit about your successes, but I want to ask you about the state of Florida, where the Democratic gubernatorial nominee lost by 1.5 million votes in a state that used to be so close. What happened in Florida to Charlie Crist? And are you going to regret not throwing a bigger roadblock up in Ron DeSantis' way come 2024?
Well, I think it's important to remember what kind of midterm we were dealing with. We have inflation, where people are paying more at the gas pump and the grocery store. We have the historical trend of the party of the president in the first midterm not doing well. So we knew those wins were against us. You add to that, one of the hardest things to do in politics is to beat an incumbent governor. And what we did at the Democratic Governors Association, we concentrated on those states that we believed that we could win, that were important swing states. We have not given up on Florida. I believe that we can regroup there, reassess there, and Texas. These states are too important. It involves too many people. I believe that Ron DeSantis kind of politics are not in the long run going to be what the people of Florida want, nor is it going to be what the people of the United States want. He's planning to run for president. We all know what he's doing.
Is it the demographics, Governor, in Texas and Florida, or was it the candidate in each state that was the problem in not overturning those governor's mansions?
Yeah, you had 2 strong incumbents, and I think you had a Democratic Party that was concentrating on protecting our incumbents. We had more than we ever had. We were defending 13 incumbent seats in critical states. So we made those elections there. No, we're not going to give up on Florida, and I think it's important that we reassess there, make sure that we are speaking to the people. Democratic governors have heard what the people have said to them, and they've listened to that. And I think that in Florida, we can do the same thing.
Governor, before we let you go, I want to ask you about President Biden, who said yesterday that it is his intention to run for president again. He'll make that decision early next year. I know you have said you want him to run. What is your message to fellow Democrats who aren't as sure as you are, maybe even opposed to that idea?
Look at the results. In 18 short months, President Biden has passed 3 major pieces of legislation that helped us to invest in child care, reducing costs to working parents, allowing them to be back into the workforce, connecting people with high-speed internet access, capping the cost of prescription drugs for seniors and capping insulin costs, lowering energy costs for people, repairing our roads and bridges. The long-promised infrastructure legislation finally came under Joe Biden. I've known him for a long time. You can never, ever count him out. We know that his approval ratings weren't as high, but that's happened to great presidents over the years during the first midterms. I think now that we have these funds in place, we're going to be investing them over the next couple of years. And I think people are going to feel the results of the success in Washington. And a lot of that has come from the leadership of Joe Biden.
Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina and the chair of the Democratic Governors Association, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
And coming up, the Georgia runoff that could decide control of the Senate. We're going to go there live as Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker's campaigns are preparing for a month-long battle. Our election coverage continues in a moment.
Welcome back. We've got a large batch of votes just in from Arizona, and we are waiting new numbers from Nevada. Two very close Senate races could obviously determine control of Congress. The final say could come from Georgia, where Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and GOP challenger Herschel Walker are heading to a runoff election next month. Let's go to CNN's Nick Valencia in Canton, Georgia. Both candidates, Nick, held their first public events today since the runoff was announced.
Yeah, Anderson, and today is going to be the start, or was the start rather, of what's going to be a very long 4 weeks for both Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. And it was Walker who kicked off his campaign alongside Republican Senator Ted Cruz, the first in what will no doubt be a cavalry of Republican leaders to come down to the state over the course of the next 4 weeks. And a source close to the Walker campaign tells me that they kicked off their runoff campaigning here in Canton deliberately. Part of their strategy over the next 4 weeks is to try to get out the vote in red counties where they underperform when compared to incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who won his midterm election and avoided a runoff. At the rally, both Cruz and Walker boldly predicted a win in the runoff, and it was after the rally was over that we caught up with Senator Cruz and asked him if he thought it was a good idea if Walker should invite the former president, Donald Trump, to stump alongside him as well.
We're in overtime. That means we got a runoff. Hey, I was built for this. I was built for this. God prepared me for this moment right here.
Marshall's made clear he will welcome the support from President Trump, who's supporting him. He said he would welcome the support of Ron DeSantis. He'll welcome the support of anyone coming to campaign.
Meanwhile, incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock also kicked off his runoff campaigning just a couple blocks away from Ebenezer Baptist Church, and standing in front of a mural of the civil rights icon John Lewis, he appeared to make a plea to those who may not have voted for him in the midterm, saying, "Stick with me for the next 4 weeks," painting this really as a moral decision, not so much between a Republican and a Democrat as one between a right and wrong candidate. This is, as I mentioned, Anderson, going to be a very long 4 weeks, and once again, Georgians find themselves in the middle of perhaps deciding who is going to control the Senate in the United States. Anderson?
Yeah, long indeed. The White House, Nick, thanks very much. The White House says, of course, that President Biden will support Senator Warnock in any way he can, but as of now, no specifics.
Clearly, the president will do whatever Senator Warnock needs him to do to help him win. The DNC made significant investments in Georgia this year, but again, I don't have anything right now to lay out as far as any travel that the president will be making. I actually have not heard of a request. I just don't have anything to share on that.
Let's talk about it with our team here. Van, I mean, there's a lot of folks from the Democratic Party who would be very eager, obviously, to help campaign for Raphael Warnock. Do you think Biden will be one of them that will be invited there?
I think he will be. It may not be if Trump shows up, it's going to be a big deal. Biden will do what it takes to be helpful. Here's what I think is important about Georgia. You can waste a lot of money and a lot of time. This is not like the last time. You only have 4 weeks. You've got to be smart and you've got to be surgical. Digital is going to matter a lot more than TV ads. Grassroots organizing is going to matter a lot more than rallies. And credible influencers for grassroots people are going to matter more than celebrities. And so it's good. If Biden wants to come, fine. I don't think it hurts, but it probably doesn't help. You've got a bunch of DJs, you got a bunch of preachers, you got a bunch of social media influencers who have not been called in yet. I'm telling you, right now, and we were talking about this at the break, you have some deflation among some black voters. You can talk about that more if you want to. There's some deflation among black voters. They're not going to want to hear from big establishment people. They're going to need to hear from people who are closer to the grassroots. If those people get the support, the digital platform and the money, you can get there.
How about Obama, though? I mean,
well, of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's big establishment.
Yeah. I mean, but Obama's that's different.
He's sort of the nuclear weapon of turnout.
Oprah.
Yes.
But
do you think Obama would move there for the month?
I wish he would. I wish he would.
I don't know, Anderson. I'll ask him. But a friend just sent me numbers from just from Wisconsin. But I think they're a microcosm of what happened across the country.
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Yes, I'm sorry. 62.8% of Milwaukee registered voters cast ballot in the midterm elections. It's a large black population in Milwaukee. That is the lowest. He sent me the last 4 elections. I mean, the lowest that there was. So there is a sense of deflation in the community, and I think that's a that's a problem, and that's a particular problem in this race.
And I think that one of the dangers that we're having right now is that people are so stunned that the Republicans are falling apart in the way that they are. The Republicans are actually having a healthy response. They're looking at their mistakes. They're trying to figure something out. Democrats right now are just so happy we're still alive. We're not looking at our own problems. There are some soft spots. There are some challenges that we have. If we don't improve our game in Georgia in a serious way, we're going to have problems.
This is incredible because, I mean, just, what was it? I can't remember how many days it was before the election, but before, there, we had conversations about there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the Democratic Party about what we need to do and how to need to change.
And Vance, right, there still should be Hispanic votes around the country, and we've talked about how the communities are different, and South Florida is different than the West and so on. But that margin was 40% in favor of Democrats 4 years ago, 21% in this election, according to exit polls. And I think part of it is that these communities have been lashed by these economic circumstances, but there are other factors as well. I mean, there's a lot to chew over here. Democrats should feel grateful to have escaped as well as they did in this election for the reasons that we've been discussing, but that shouldn't paper over real challenges.
Well, the enthusiasm gap, which we saw in all these exit polls you see, is Republicans, despite the results, were much more enthusiastic about voting this time.
Some of them voted for us. Some of them voted for us.
Right, and so I think that's a big issue. Look, it seems to almost be a constitutional requirement these days that Georgia determines who controls the Senate. So I think that adds a level of involvement on the part of the electorate.
Van, you were talking about grassroots activities being more effective than TV ads, and I agree with that. The Republicans, I think, are also feeling that. There's a story in Politico tonight that McConnell's outside group, the Senate Leadership Fund, has finalized an agreement with the best Republican grassroots guy in Georgia, the governor, Brian Kemp, and so he has agreed to transfer his door knocking, data analytics, phone banking, and micro-targeting program to the Senate Leadership Fund. This is the first time. That group normally just runs TV ads. Right. It's like mass media. That's what their air cover. This is the first time they've ever engaged in a grassroots program they're going to spend $2 million on, and they have hired Kemp's senior advisor. So I had heard earlier that right after the election, there were lots of discussions about how to get Kemp with arms around Herschel Walker. I think they've solved it.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
And
that's
just
dangerous for us.
Put a fine point on what Scott's saying. A lot of the criticism that we even talked about here is on the RNC, right? Where was the RNC on these exact things that Scott's talking about on the ground game, get out the vote? They were kind of absent in a lot of these places. And so I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the Republican Party about what Ronna did and on a national level and why there wasn't more an effort to knock doors and drag bodies.
And just real quick from that Ted Cruz interview, I mean, that is a green light for Donald Trump to come, and he's not going to be able to help himself. It only hurts Herschel Walker. And by the way, we saw this in 2020 where Donald Trump could bring 20,000 people out, but they didn't necessarily go to the polls. Part of it was just seeing the Trump show. It's like a Grateful Dead show. You show up, but you don't necessarily go and cast a ballot afterwards.
Or maybe the same people that voted for Herschel already.
Well, exactly. So I don't know what that does at all to bring out independents or people who are on the margins. And in fact, I think hurts him. But this Kemp factor is huge.
I had a question for everybody, and it is, in an election like this, with a lot of experience here, so you've got people that voted for you. You've got two challenges. One, to get those same people to vote for you. Does anybody here think there's any way to get somebody who voted for the other guy to come over to you? So if you're Warnock, can you drag a few Walker? If you're Walker, can you drag a few Warnock? I've been thinking about that. I doubt it, but it's such a close race. It's such a close race.
We've got to take a quick break. We'll talk about that more. New numbers out of Nevada coming up after the break.
Election officials are working into the night in Arizona right now with hundreds of thousands of ballots still to be counted in critical contests. We're also watching the vote counting in Nevada right now, where additional results were just released. Both states key to the ongoing fight for control of the United States Senate as election night in America continues. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're tracking all the votes right now as they come in. I want to go right to CNN's John King to break down the new numbers from Nevada, first of all, for us. These new numbers are significant.
Right, they are significant. They're already factored into what you see here. I want to write them on the board in a minute to make a point about the percentages, but the numbers are factored in to what you see right here. These are the statewide numbers. The Republican challenger, Adam Laxalt, still 8,054 votes ahead, but that was closer to 13,000 just a few minutes ago. 48.9 to 48.0. So he's 1 point ahead in this race. You see 449,000 votes, 441,000 votes. The new votes that just came in are from this northwest county, Washoe County, Reno, and the areas to the north of the border. I'll go into the county in a minute. I just want to put the numbers up in front of you here as you watch these latest numbers come in. Excuse me one second while I turn my back just to rub them out here. So they're already factored into what you're seeing on the side of the screen. 11,182, which is 61%. This is from Washoe County, to 6,565, which is 36%. So why does that matter? Number one, you look at the statewide vote. She's trailing right now. So she needs, simple math at home, of the additional votes that are being counted and getting reported over the next day or so, she obviously needs to overcome him. She needs to overcome him by a smaller margin now because she's getting closer. So the reason she closed the gap is she got 61% of these votes to 36% for Adam Laxalt. He's been winning so far 50% of the votes statewide. So any time in these new vote reports, she can pass that number. She needs to pass him by 51 or 52, but if she's getting 61, she's going to narrow that gap. So I want to just bring this down a little bit, just move it down here, just talk about why this is significant. The biggest batch of votes, let me move it over here, excuse me, Wolf, just bring it over here. Biggest batch of votes is here. Still outstanding votes, Las Vegas, the suburbs around it, the biggest part of the state. It's close to 75%, 73, 74% of the population. It'll be over 70% of the statewide vote when we're done counting them all. So that's the most significant. But this is a swing county in the northwest county of the state. It's one of these places you look, the winner here, especially in a close race, the winner of this county, 8 times out of 10, if not more, is going to win the state. About 15% of the population, second largest county in the state. She's getting 50% in the county right now. The new votes that came in were at 61%. So she's overperforming yesterday, if you will, and the day before in the early vote counts, which if you're, again, she's trailing, so she needs that. She's trailing statewide. I just want to show you in the governor's race why this is important. Oh, actually, now this has changed. This is actually a change in the governor's race. Just moments ago, the incumbent is Steve Sisolak. He's still trailing statewide. The Republican challenger, Joe Lombardo. I looked here just a moment ago, and Lombardo was winning in Washoe County. So as these new votes came in the Senate race, they also are tabulated in the governor's race, and the Democratic candidate has pulled ahead. I want to go out to the statewide numbers in that race so we can come out and see them here, and you see he is still behind, right? So he is behind, so Governor Sisolak, that's what he needs, right? In any vote count, he needs to overwhelmingly make up the gap, but he's still behind. When you come to the Senate race, she is behind, but by a much smaller margin, right? 8,000 votes, which is why this is so important. Over the next day or two, maybe later tonight, as we get more of these votes, the raw vote total counts, but if you're trailing, you just need to beat that, right? He's ahead of you, but now it's getting closer to the point where you're almost at the point where it's an even percentage. They need to win. Hers is a point or two behind his. And so if you're getting 61% from a swing county like that, you are incredibly encouraged. The question is, and Gary Tuchman's on the ground for us there, how many votes are left? And then what percentage of that do you need? Her percentage has shrunk a little bit in what she needs to win, which is progress for her.
Well, let's go to Gary Tuchman right now. He's on the ground for us in Clark County, the largest county in Nevada right now. That's where Las Vegas is. What do we expect tomorrow? A lot more votes being tallied and counted tomorrow?
Well, that's right, Wolf. The tabulators are done tabulating for the night here at the Clark County election headquarters, but they'll be back early tomorrow morning. There are still tens of thousands of votes to tabulate here, at least 50,000 votes. We were told there would be a big release of votes tonight posted on the website. It wasn't so big. It was only 12,000 votes. We started the day with 62,000. So there are still 50,000. And we must point out, Wolf, that there are 17 counties in the state. This is the largest county, and this is the most Democratic county. So this is an important place to observe because this could change the race dramatically. Wolf?
Yeah, we'll spend the day watching those votes come in. Brianna Keeler is watching all of this unfold for us as well. Brianna, show us where these Nevada votes are actually coming from.
Well, Gary just walked us through the latest in Clark County. Let's look now at a couple of other counties in Nevada and what is still to come. Looking at Washoe County on the very western edge of the state, Nevada's second most populous county, which of course is home to Reno. Officials there just released more than 18,000 new votes. Last night, officials there had told us about 20,000 votes remained, which included early ballots dropped off on Election Day. A reminder, though, that more mail-in ballots will continue to arrive by mail between now and Saturday, but officials say they do not have an estimate of how many that will be. They did receive about 4,000 by mail yesterday, though. And then we're also hearing from officials in Douglas County. It's a smaller county just south of Washoe. They report about 7,000 votes remaining to count there. This is a county that typically leans red, so still a lot to watch, Wolf, as we wait for that Saturday mail-in ballot deadline.
Certainly, we'll be watching together with you. Thanks very much. I want to go to David Chalian right now. David, you're looking at these Nevada votes from what we call our battleground desk right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so our decision desk team just put together these new calculations after those votes were tabulated from Washoe County that John was showing you at the board. And now we think our estimate is approximately 95,000 votes remain uncounted in Nevada. And after those votes were added, now the new needed to win percentage for Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democratic incumbent, is in this range of 52 to 54%. So she needs 52 to 54% of that outstanding 95,000 in order to win this race. Now, Laxalt is still in the lead, so his need percentage range is lower. He needs between 43 and 47%. But I just want to note, and John was explaining this, she just won 61% of that batch in the Reno area. Now, that means she significantly overperformed in that batch what she needs with this outstanding vote. Not every batch will look like that, but that's how people should watch the votes coming in. Does Catherine Cortez Masto start achieving this 52 to 54% range of the remaining votes, Wolf?
Very important indeed. You know, John King, you're looking closely. Adam Laxalt, the Republican candidate, Catherine Cortez Masto, the incumbent Democrat. You know, he's ahead by only 8,000 votes. That's not a lot.
And so to David's point, she needs 52%, maybe a little more than that, of the remaining votes statewide. So statewide, she's getting 48% right now. So, okay, you would say at home, well, she needs to exceed her performance. And that's absolutely right. She needs to do better in the remaining count than she's done so far. But, and this is a very important but, most of the votes, the preponderance of them are here in Clark County, where she's getting close to that 52%. So if she can do a little bit better, if in Clark County she can turn that 52 to a 53 or 54, closer to 55, that would exponentially increase her odds of catching up, because most of the votes are here. So if she's already close to what she needs at the statewide level here, this obviously you have to factor in these other counties, and there are other votes, as Brianna just so well explained. But so if she can boost her total here, where most of those votes are from, marginally, not a ton, and keep doing what she just did here, as David just noted, she said 60% in the last time. If she can stay around that ballpark, shrink a little bit maybe, but stay up there, stay well above 50%, it's possible. Out here, you don't expect her to do that in those counties, so it's critical. She's running about 52% right now in Clark County. She needs to boost that number a bit in the remaining votes that come in, the percentage of each installment as we get more votes. And if she does, she's in play, but it's very tight. 8,000 votes. Nevada, like Arizona, very competitive.
Statewide, we're told there's still about 95,000 uncounted votes in Nevada right now, so there's potential for a lot to unfold. Dana, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf and John. I mean, this is so fascinating because Democrats, from really the beginning of the cycle, looked at Nevada and said that she is the most vulnerable Democrat. Yeah. And they were worried that she was going to lose. She still might. Right. The Republican challenger is still ahead. But, oh, my goodness, it is so close. And it is so consequential to the balance of power here in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, Dana, and it is wild that it is coming down to, I mean, 8,000 votes. It's like nothing, really, in the grand scheme of things. And, you know, when you think about this, we've talked so much about the House and what a surprise that was. The Senate has been tracking more, I think, with where people expected it to be. But something like this, it may seem like, okay, it's just one race, it's just one senator, but it really represents the same kind of environmental across the map sea change that we saw in the House, the way that Democrats really outperformed, because as you pointed out, they just did not expect her to really have a shot at winning, at least not when the polls were closing on Tuesday night.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, everybody was hopeful on the Democratic side, but the expectation was one of those two seats, either Nevada or Arizona, would be a loss. And a lot of people were saying it was more likely to be the Nevada seat. So we're looking at a possibility that could hold for the Democrats. And I mean, just to game this out, if Democrats are able to hold on to those two seats and win a Georgia runoff, they would expand a majority in the Senate in a midterm year in which most Democratic presidents lose a lot, including a lot of seats in the House and seats in the Senate. So it just underscores this is a weird time. It's a really, really weird year. And this entire scenario is totally against the tide of history. And that's why, we keep talking about Democrats exceeding expectations. We are just having a conversation that most Democrats in Washington or elsewhere did not really expect us to have.
It's a dream for them, really. Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about these Republican candidates underperforming and not being kind of the right fit for whatever race or whatever state at this time. And that is really because not just me saying it, it's more importantly, it's what Mitch McConnell and some of the Republican leaders thought. This is a different case. Mitch McConnell poured a lot of his super PAC poured a lot of money into this race. They actually were betting on Adam Laxalt being different from other Republican candidates in Senate races they were less excited about.
Yeah, Laxalt was not their problem. I mean, he was somebody that they could count on compared to a Blake Masters in Arizona. I mean, I think they thought they would be much more competitive in Arizona if they'd gotten a different nominee. And there was some serious infighting between McConnell and the billionaire Peter Thiel, who McConnell felt was interfering in races when he didn't have any idea what he was actually doing. He was involved in Ohio as well. I mean, and that may turn out to be correct. I mean, there is a lot of finger pointing already going on the Republican side. I mean, we've barely talked tonight about some reporting that came out in Politico that details some of Rick Scott's ambitions potentially to run against McConnell that have basically been completely sidelined because he was out there saying, I think at one point he may have said to you, Dana, that he was going to win 55 seats in the Senate, and now here we are, and they could end up in the 40s.
And you know what? The economic message, across the board, across the map, something went wrong with the Republicans' economic message. This should have been an environment. Nevada is a state where in the stronghold for the Democrats, 100%. Clark County, workers there were hit so hard by this economy, and yet here we are talking about a really, really competitive race. The Republican argument did not break through, and I think they're going to be asking themselves why.
Okay, well, we're going to be watching these votes change. Every single vote is going to matter, and then as we see them counted in the next days and weeks, actually, maybe not weeks, hopefully not weeks, days. Coming up, a new projection to make in minutes as control of the House hangs in the balance. Our election coverage continues right after a quick break.
Right now, we have a brand new CNN projection to make for control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Democrat Kim Schrier has won a third term to represent the 8th District in Washington State. She's a former pediatrician. Let's go over to John King and see what's going on right now. John, a lot of viewers are asking, why haven't we been able to make a projection, a call yet for control of the House?
So here's where we are right now in called races. The Republicans have won 211 seats in the new House. Democrats have won 198 seats. It takes 218 to get a majority. All right, so Republicans are on the doorstep. They need 7 more races. They are ahead in more than enough races. So the probability is that the Republicans will get a narrow majority in the House of Representatives. But we're not there. 222 Republicans leading, 213 Democrats leading. Let's focus more on this. Right now, this is where we are, and this is done. And so it is easier to get Republicans to 218. But the reason we're still here and we have not projected the Republican majority is because it is still mathematically possible. And I'm going to give you a scenario where Democrats could take the House back. We know they are already performing better than expected. This map has a lot more blue than Kevin McCarthy and the rest of the Republicans thought it would have as we are after Tuesday. So let's go through a scenario, and I want to stress it's a scenario, right, as we get through. Can Democrats get there? Well, let me show you. Let's walk this through. These are in uncalled races, right? These are 3 races where our team, which studies the data very closely, believe Democrats are likely to win, right? So if you add those 3 to the 198, that would get you to 201, right? In this race, I just want to note, for anyone watching the data, the Republican candidate is still ahead. It's just outside of Washington, D.C., some of the district, and it stretches up into northwestern Maryland. The lead has been narrowing. The outstanding vote is in Montgomery County, a Washington, D.C. suburb. I live there. It's an overwhelmingly Democratic area. Our team has projected as those votes come in, the Democrat is likely to win. But this is why this is a scenario. That's not done yet. But that would get you to 201. So how do you go further from there? So you bring up here, there are 11 more races where the Democratic candidate is ahead and likely to win, but it's not there yet, including several in California because of the jungle primary. You have Democrats running against Democrats. So in several of those races, we're certain a Democrat will win. We just don't know which Democrat yet. So you had 201, and then you have 11 more. So if that plays out that way, oh, I turned that off. Let me do this the other way. Sorry about that. 1 and 2, and bring this in. Just need to get back to the play. This gets us up to 212. When this slides away, this is the one I wanted to hit. It happens. 212. So then you're up to 212. You need 218. Can Democrats get 6 more? Well, here's the next step in this. There are 2 states, Alaska and Maine, that have so-called ranked choice voting. You vote, nobody gets above 50%. The candidates the bottom candidates after the top 2 get dropped out, and you look at the ballots. Who was your second choice? Who was your third choice? In both Alaska, let me show you this one. We talked about the Maine race when we did this earlier today. She won last time in the special election, right? She's running against Sarah Palin, Nick Begich, a famous name in Alaska. Mary Peltola, who's the Democratic incumbent, has 47.3%. It's possible as the vote count gets her above 50, but if it doesn't, then Begich has dropped out. They ask second choices, and it's very possible. And Democrats believe, just like in the special election, she will get to the finish line. We'll see. We're not there yet, but that's why we say it is possible, and you add it. So if you add those as well, now you come down here, and you're at 214. All right? It's realistic. Quite realistic, Democrats could get to that number. Now the question is, can they get 4 more? Can they get to 218? So let's walk through and look at that. And you come in here and you look at the last step. This, just acknowledge it straight out. Number 1, this is a scenario. Number 2, these last 4 is a reach. It's hard. This is difficult. It is hard for Democrats to get to 218. These districts that you see in the pink or purple shade, they include Lauren Boebert here in western Colorado. She is a Trump acolyte, very well known in conservative circles, right? She's ahead now. She was trailing last night. They're still counting votes out here. Adam Frisch, former Vail Council member, running a tough race, benefiting from a big win by the Democratic governor, a good win by the Democratic senator. But Lauren Boebert is ahead at the moment with about 98% counting. So this one here, I said it was a reach, right? She's getting close to a narrow victory, but she's not there yet. So it's still possible. I'm going to pull that out. Another one of these races haven't come back in. Another one of these races is out in California, a name you may have heard earlier in the Trump administration. David Valadao is one of the impeachment 10, one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump. He's ahead right now, but this is a district Joe Biden carried by nearly 13 points, and only about a third of the vote has been counted. There's a lot of mail balloting in California. It's much more of a tradition, and it tends to lean Democratic, so we have votes to count here. Congressman Valadao may well be reelected, but it is possible this is still within reach for the Democrats, which is why we say, Wolf, when you pull this out, you take the likelies, the races where they're ahead, the ranked choice voting where we think there's a very, very good possibility, and then these 4, this is why it's a reach, right, to get there. But it is possible. It is possible if they get those 4, this turns into 218. Now, the probability, and it's more likely, you get a narrow Republican majority, because look where we are, right? Republicans only need 7, right? Democrats need to pull off. It's like drawing to an inside straight. Donald Trump lost the popular vote in 2016, drew to an inside straight, won the Electoral College. It's possible. The probability is you get a small Republican majority, but a Democratic win is still possible.
Possible indeed. All right, thanks very much, John, for that. Coming up, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis turned heads after winning re-election in very dominating fashion. So what do voters think of him, and could he challenge Donald Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024? Stay right there.
While control of Congress is still undetermined tonight, we saw a decisive win in Florida for Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. That's raising his national profile even higher and fueling even more speculation about a 2024 run for the White House. David Chalian is looking at that. David.
Dana, some of the numbers behind that decisive, impressive re-election victory that Ron DeSantis had, they're just eye-popping. So look at the exit polls from Florida. Among independent voters in the Florida governor's race, DeSantis won them by 8 percentage points, 53% to Charlie Crist, 45%. They made up 30% of the electorate. This is an 18-point swing from 4 years ago when he lost independents by 10 percentage points. it gets even better for him among Latino voters. So take a look here. In the Florida governor's race, Latinos split 58% for DeSantis, 40% for Chris. They made up 21% of the overall electorate, an 18-point advantage for DeSantis after he lost Latinos by 10 points 4 years ago, a 28-point swing. His opinion of governor and sort of job approval, 59% of Florida voters this week said they approve of the job he did. 41% said they did not approve. And what about asking Florida voters if they think their governor should run for president? Well, 45% say yes, they want to see DeSantis run in 2024 among the Florida voters. A slim majority, 52%, say no. But no doubt this next number will get a lot of attention at Mar-a-Lago and may be a reason why we're seeing the press releases we are. Do you want Donald Trump to run for president in 2024? We asked Florida voters in this election this year. Only a third of Florida voters, 33%, said yes. 64% of Florida voters, Dina, said they don't want to see Trump run in 2024.
Okay, I think you're right. That might explain a lot of what we're seeing tonight. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate it. And joining us now is Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, the president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Thank you so much for coming on at this late hour. Let's talk about Miami-Dade. Want to talk about the results there. Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis won 55% of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Just 6 years ago in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the county with 63%. How do you explain the dramatic Republican gains in that area?
Yeah, Dana, thank you. It's about a 40-point swing from the 2016 election where Hillary won by 30 points, and you know the governor and the U.S. Senator Rubio won by about 10 points. So what I attribute it to is the policies of Republicans in Miami. In the case of the city of Miami, you know, we've kept taxes low. We reduced taxes to the lowest rate in our history. We've kept people safe. We're on the precipice of having one of the lowest homicide rates per capita in our history. And we've leaned into innovation. We have a 1.4% unemployment rate. We're number one in the nation in wage growth, number one in tech job growth, and number one in direct foreign investment. So we have had a robust economy, and those policies have helped create prosperity in our community. And I think that's what's gained the confidence of voters in the county.
The swing had a lot to do with how Hispanics voted, and they went 58% for DeSantis in Florida. He only got in 2020, he only got 44%. So as a fellow Republican, what do you make of that, and how do you explain that?
Well, I think the beauty of Hispanics in Florida is they're incredibly diverse. I mean, there's an incredibly diverse set of Hispanic communities in the state of Florida. I think part of it is, you know, Democrats tried to sort of brand them monolithically with Latinx. I'm not sure how that works in other parts of the country, but it doesn't seem to work in Florida. Then, of course, you know, you had a situation where the First Lady said that, you know, Hispanics in Texas were as unique as a San Antonio taco. That certainly doesn't resonate with Hispanics in South Florida. I think the fact that you have, you know, candidates that are tailoring their messages to Hispanics who are pro-America, believe in the American dream, and who love this country tremendously, many of which are exiles from socialist and communist regimes, and feel that Republicans better understand the sort of trauma that they left their countries from. And I think that's been a message that has resonated with South Florida Hispanics.
As you know, the Republican Party tried to expand its reach into the Hispanic community across the country. In fact, one Republican operative I was with in Nevada said to us that they want other states to be a lot more like Florida, meaning the Republican Party to become more diverse. It doesn't look at this early hour like they had a lot of success this year. Why not?
Well, I think first you have to understand that the fact that we're even talking about success among Hispanic Republicans is something that we've never talked about in the past, right? Hispanics were dominated by Democrats for a long time and have been dominated by Democrats for a while. I think the fact that we're debating about how big of an impact Republicans have with Hispanics, I think shows growth among Hispanics with Republicans. But I also do acknowledge that, you know, the gains among Hispanics were not the same across the country as they were in Florida and certainly in South Florida. And I think, what you'll see is probably more surrogates coming from the South Florida area campaigning across the country, because I think it's important to have people that connect with Hispanics and that understand the nuances of different Hispanic cultures to be able to communicate a message that resonates and that convinces them to support Republican causes.
Mayor Suarez, President Trump may announce his third presidential run next week. Ron DeSantis is also talked about as a presidential contender in 2024. I know that you have not been that wild about either as a candidate, but would you support either of them as a nominee of the Republican Party?
I think it's and I understand it's logical to start talking about the next cycle already, the next election. I think we first have to figure out, as we're still counting votes tonight, sort of the ramifications of this cycle.
Well, he wants to announce on Tuesday. Do you want him not to? President Trump is planning on announcing on Tuesday. Should he hold off?
There's nothing that I can say that's gonna motivate the former president to do one thing or another. I think we'll see what he does on Tuesday, and then I think we'll see what the governor does, and I think we'll see what they do with each other. Because obviously right now, it seems like the president is engaging heavily the governor, and we'll see how the governor responds. And we'll see where the chips fall. I mean, there's a variety of other candidates who have also expressed an interest in running. And I think we'll know a lot by the first quarter of next year.
Mayor Francis Suarez of Miami, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dana.
And coming up, President Biden just revealed some details about his phone call with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. This, as we're learning more about McCarthy's backroom dealings as he is trying to become the next Speaker of the House.
The fight for control of Congress playing out in real time tonight as new numbers come in from critical battleground states. We are learning new information about Republican Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's quest to become the next House Speaker. CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Rogers on Capitol Hill. So what are you picking up, Manu? Hey, Manu, you're on the show. It's Anderson.
I can't hear him back.
Wah, wah. Hey, Manu. Oh, well. We'll try to check in with him. Poor guy's been running around all day trying to find out about Speaker McCarthy. So, Scott, let's go to you. So, I don't know why Kevin McCarthy wants this job, but apparently he really does. Is he going to get it?
He's wanted it for a long time, and I think for most of this year he thought it was going to be a dream come true. But with this probable slim margin that he's going to have, and it's going to be more like a nightmare on most days, because there's going to be a faction of Republicans in the conference who, in order to get their votes on the floor, in order to become Speaker, it's not just a simple vote in your party. You have to go to the floor and get 218 votes, and there are people making noise about withholding their votes from him, Republicans, on the floor if McCarthy won't give them certain kinds of things. What will those things look like in the end? We don't know. That's just to get the job. That doesn't even get into what it will take then to govern. So it's going to be, I mean, look, in a complex crisis situation, this is a chance where you could look like a genius or, look upon this time as the most miserable of your life. We'll see which one happens for Kevin.
I was working in the House in 2015 for the Freedom Caucus when they first used the motion to vacate to basically threaten John Boehner's speakership. It didn't ultimately work in that he didn't leave office then, but he ended up resigning months later. It put pressure on him. And then Paul Ryan, who was the dream for Republicans to be Speaker, lived in constant fear of his right flank and ultimately resigned. I think Kevin will squeak through and get the speakership, but that's not even a foregone conclusion. But I predict it will be the shortest speakership in recent history because of the pressure from his rightmost flank.
And look at what he's done to get the speakership, the deal with the devil. He, after January 6th, with January 6th, he goes on the floor, he criticizes Donald Trump, and then in short order, he's at Mar-a-Lago doing the thumbs up picture with him because he wanted to become Speaker of the House, and it was a way to protect himself with the right flank. Meantime, the right flank now is saying, we don't like you so much. The majority isn't as large. If they get the majority, will not be as large as he thought it would be. Maybe it'll be a few seats, if that, and we'll see. And he's going to be in constant turmoil if he gets the job. They're saying they don't want him to get the job. It's just going to be a mess.
But listen, I don't think I think it's going to be tough getting there. I think once he's there, the House members are so eager to conduct oversight They have full plates of things to do. I think he'll be able to manage through that. That'll keep things going. You're going to have tough fights on the debt ceiling, some other things which I think will be very tricky for him to negotiate. But I don't think, let's assume we get the majority first. We're not there yet. We're still a ways there. But I once think when he gets in, I think it's going to go a lot more smoother than people think.
We have Manu. Let's check in with Manu. So, Manu, what are you hearing on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, the hard-right faction of the House Republican Conference wants to extract some leverage. In fact, one member said tonight, Bob Good, he's a Virginia Republican, he indicated tonight that they want to put up a challenger to Kevin McCarthy not necessarily because they think that challenger will win, but they want to demonstrate that Kevin McCarthy does not have 218 votes in the full House. And as a result, there will have to be some deals cut to get a whole wide range of concessions about essentially giving them more power over the speakership, assuming that that McCarthy would agree to these changes. They essentially would be able to push him out of office if they didn't like something that he has done, along with a wide range of other measures to make themselves more powerful and weaken the power of the leadership, something that the leadership very likely will resist. McCarthy has rejected a number of those suggestions. Now, McCarthy also has had a conversation, we have learned, with President Biden himself. Just yesterday, they had a brief discussion, a short discussion, and Joe Biden earlier tonight revealed some details about that short talk. Listen.
I congratulated him. I said, and if you win the majority, congratulations. But congratulations so far, you've made some gains.
So Biden there is saying that he congratulated McCarthy if he were to have won the majority, not conceding yet that McCarthy, in fact, will be in the majority. Of course, we have not called that yet either. But these two men, if indeed the Republicans are in the majority, will have to learn how to work together. They don't have much of a working relationship. In fact, we've had very little interaction between the two of them over the last 2 years. But as we have seen, a new speaker facing a president from the opposite party, that can be somewhat of an adversarial relationship, as we've seen Pelosi versus Trump or Obama versus Boehner. So we'll see how that relationship works out as well.
Yeah, Raju, thanks so much. Scott, what is the process? I mean, if McCarthy won't agree to these demands, I mean, who's in charge? Like, who gets to decide that he's not going to be this?
Well, I think what would happen, I mean, Alyssa's been there and been through some of these wars, and also David worked on Capitol Hill, too. I mean, they go to a conference meeting, and the conference will decide who the leaders are, and they'll come out of that. But then you go to the House floor, and there is a vote of the whole House of Representatives. And so if the members of your own party, if you have 200, let's say they had 222, he needs 218. Mm-hmm. I'm not but moderately good at math, but it just takes a few of them to withhold their votes. And if you don't have the support, then you're not the speaker. And so in theory, you would have this worked out in advance. But with margins like this and unpredictable characters like this, it's a little bit of a chaotic moment.
Here's the challenge. Alyssa says this may be the shortest speakership in some time. This could be the shortest majority as well. And if they push him to the right and push him to the right in order to keep power, they're also going to make it more difficult for those swing district members to get reelected in 2 years.
Coming up, Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker is getting some high-powered help to get through the runoff process in Georgia from the governor, Brian Kemp. That's next.
Senate candidates in Georgia are gearing up for the December runoff, and Republican Herschel Walker is getting help from someone who knows the ropes there pretty well, Governor Brian Kemp. Thank you so much for coming back to the table, David Chalian. What do you think about? Yeah. So that's so interesting about Kemp helping. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, if the balance of power potentially is at stake in Georgia, and he is a movement Republican, a good Republican, but it's not like he was working so hard to help him leading up to the runoff. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, but listen. First of all, it's a dream come true for Herschel Walker, just because this is the most experienced ground operation, political operation in the state that just had a very substantial victory. So, what politician would not want to inherit that entire infrastructure with this 4-week extended race now. But the Herschel Walker campaign is not paying for this, right? I mean,
No.
But
they're benefiting.
Is all designed. They're going to benefit from it, perhaps. But this is all designed by Mitch McConnell and Stephen Law at the Super PAC, the guy that runs McConnell Super PAC, as a way to try and put their best foot forward. Now, listen, I think this runoff. I think there are 2 runoffs. There's one where it does not matter for Senate control because Arizona and Nevada have already decided it. And then there's an entirely different race if indeed Senate control comes down.
You know what's so interesting also? What is going to happen in Georgia is that Republicans are not going to be able to internalize any lessons, if any, from what happened on Tuesday in the Georgia runoff because they are stuck with the Trumpy candidate, okay? They cannot do anything about Herschel Walker, who is Trump-endorsed, Trump-like in all kinds of ways when it comes to his personal life, when it comes to his politics, and they have to sell that. And Brian Kemp, who basically ran against Trump, has to sell a Herschel Walker. And Mitch McConnell, who would love to get away from Donald Trump, now has to sell a Herschel Walker. And that is, if you're a Republican, it's like that's the game you've been dealt, and you just have to play with it. But it's really not the best case scenario because they can't move away from something that caused a lot of winnable losses.
If it comes down to that really being the difference between Republican control or not, they're going to be selling that and not Herschel Walker.
Right. Well, but I mean, I do think Trump, and so I actually really want to dig into what David was saying in a second, but like first, they're going to be dealing with, if this is a runoff for Senate control, if Arizona and Nevada split and one goes to each party, then Donald Trump is going to be potentially announcing a presidential bid, right, as this runoff is unfolding. Now it's a 4-week time slot. He's going to want to be involved, like, God forbid Ron DeSantis goes to campaign for Herschel Walker. Like, is Trump going to just let him do that without showing up in Georgia himself? I mean, people in Georgia are going to be like, no, stay away. But who can control Donald Trump? No one can control Donald Trump. So, I mean, I just think those dynamics, I mean, and it's totally different in the event that Senate control is not on the line, I think. But, you know, David, I mean, I don't know. I was turning this over in my head. I don't think I have my head around whether it makes it more or less likely that we have a Senator Walker.
I don't know. Go ahead, Abby. But I don't know that we know.
My feeling is I don't know that we know who's going to win, but certainly if this is a race that is about who controls the Senate, Republicans, the argument they have to make is that this seat is a check on Joe Biden, and that is going to be really important for them to bring out their base. What they have to do in Georgia basically is convince, they either have to find a bunch of new voters or convince a lot of Republican-leaning voters who actively chose not to vote for Herschel Walker, but did vote for Brian Kemp to come out again in another race and cast a ballot for Herschel Walker. That's really hard to do. So they can either do that or they need to find some brand new voters to make up that difference. But the only way to do it is to say, I mean, the best way I think they think to do it is to say that this is a seat that is a check on Joe Biden.
I mean, I think yes, that's absolutely the argument they need to make. I mean, I think your point is absolutely the right one, that they know that they have an uphill climb for all of the reasons that you just outlined, figuring out how to motivate people. I mean, honestly, Herschel Walker's best chance to be a senator was to have Brian Kemp pull him over the finish line on that first round.
And we'd have to. What we don't know, if it's not for Senate control, right? If this is not for Senate control, just what is that drop-off going to be from what we saw initially at turnout on Tuesday? So significant. Does that revert back to just the more redder purplish nature of the state?
I mean, remember, the drop-off is the reason that they lost the seat 2 years ago in the first place. There was a drop-off from the general election to the runoff.
Even though that was for control. All right, thanks so much, everybody. Thank you for watching. Our election coverage continues next. Stay with CNN for all of the latest results.